Dear Lord, we thank you for this gathering today to have the freedom to do the business of our citizens in Spotsylvania County. We ask your blessing on this county, and we ask for the knowledge to make the right decisions and the true decisions. We ask you to protect all our service personnel, both here and abroad, and their families. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We have the approval of the consent agenda, which is summarized as follows. Item 2 are the minutes of the September 8th meeting. Item 3 is acceptance of the 2016 Virginia State Police Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force subaward for our Sheriff's Office. Our Virginia State Police have been selected to oversee a regional effort, the Northern Virginia District of Columbia Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. The program requires existing task forces to develop multi-jurisdictional and multi-agency responses to Internet crimes against children, provides funding and other support to law enforcement agencies to help them acquire and develop specialized knowledge, personnel, and equipment, and there is no local match for this grant. The state police have appropriated a subaward of $12,000 to our Spotsylvania Sheriff's Office, and the sheriff has opted to spend these funds on overtime that is specifically and exclusively targeted to this task force's overall mission of combating Internet crimes against children. There's no requirement to continue to fund the program after the grant award expires. There is no match. This is just an acceptance of $12,000. Item 4 is approval of a contract to Lake Enterprises, Inc. for purchase of ambulances and approval of a budget amendment to fund the contract. An RFP was issued by the County of Orange in December 2013 for purchases of new model year ambulances for their county, and there's a cooperative clause in that contract which enables us to purchase off the same contract for the current model year ambulances that were awarded to the vendor Lake Enterprises. Spotsylvania wishes to purchase 4 2016 model Ford 4x4 F550 ambulances, and the staff requests approval of purchase order for the purchase of these 4 2016 ambulances in the amount of $890,740 to replace aging ambulances which are experiencing increased maintenance and repair costs. Item 5 is the approval of a contract to Municipal Emergency Services, Inc. for the purchase of dual-axle air trailers. An IFB was issued by Prince William County in 2012 for the purchase of firefighting equipment for Prince William, including these trailers. Prince William has a cooperative clause in their procurement which allows others to buy off of their purchase, and the awarded vendor is Municipal Emergency Services, Inc. This item seeks your approval to purchase 2 Scott Liberty 2 dual-axle air trailers with compressors using their cooperative procurement clause. And funding for this purchase is provided through local funds and a grant awarded through the Assistance to Firefighters grant from the Department of Homeland Security. The grant will fund $232,119.55 of the cost, and the county will pay a 10% match of $23,211.95 to purchase firefighting equipment off of this contract. Item 6 is the approval of contract renewal 44 to Garnett Refrigeration. Number 4 to Garnett Refrigeration for construction services. An IFB was issued July 13, 2011 to solicit bids from qualified contractors to provide various construction services and for the repair and ongoing maintenance of county facilities. Garnet Refrigeration was awarded a contract for mechanical and HVAC services. The original contract was approved on November 9, 2011. This is the final renewal year for this contract, which is for multiple mechanical and HVAC projects on an as-needed basis for our facilities. Item 7 is approval of a contract renewal number 4 for Robert King Construction for construction services. This relates back to an IFB that was issued July 13, 2011 to solicit bids to provide various construction services for repair and ongoing maintenance of county facilities. Robert King was awarded a contract for carpentry projects. The original contract was approved on November 9, 2011, and this is also the final renewal available for this contract. Item 8 is Bloomsbury Farm Estates subdivision acceptance of streets to the Virginia Secondary Street System. Planning staff and VDOT representatives have conducted a final inspection of Bloomsbury Farm Estates subdivision in the Livingston District and found Agnes Lane, Pondview Lane, South Harris Farm Road, and North Harris Farm Road to be complete and compliant with the secondary subdivision street standards. This item is to secure the board's approval of the resolution requesting that those streets be accepted by VDOT into the secondary street system of the Virginia State Highways, and that VDOT will then assume maintenance responsibilities for those streets. Item 9 is business property tax refund for Qualified Dental PLLC. The company failed to file its business property tax return for the years 2012 and 2013. Statutory assessment was done given the failure to file returns. And this item is to affect the adjustment of the statutory assessments, which created a need for a refund in the amount of $6,754.29. And that includes interest for both years. Item 10 is a business property refund for Coca-Cola Enterprises. Coca-Cola Enterprises, Inc. failed to file its 2013 business tangible property tax return. Statutory assessment was done, and the taxpayer later filed a 2013 return, and that adjustment creates a need for a refund in the amount of $12,041.30, which includes interest. The Commissioner of Revenue recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the tax exoneration and direct the Treasurer to refund the excess to the taxpayer with interest. Item 11 is a grant award from the Federal Fiscal Year 2015 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program. The JAG Local Solicitation Program allows states, tribes, and local governments to support a broad range of activities to prevent and control crime based on their own local needs and conditions. Under this program, Spotsylvania County is eligible to receive $32,889 for several different uses. The grant program does not require a local match. If accepted, the grant program will be available until September 30 of 2018. Item 12 is Elise Park Pod E, Section 2A in part, and 2B, subdivision acceptance to the Virginia State Secondary Street System. Planning staff and VDOT have conducted a final inspection of Elise Park Pod E, Section 2A part and 2B, located within the Battlefield District, and have found Spring Bluff Court and Hollyoak Drive to be complete and compliant with the secondary subdivision street standards. This resolution requests that the streets be accepted by VDOT into the secondary street system, and that VDOT accept maintenance responsibility for those streets. Item 13 is a nomination of Val Folden, Larry Raymond, Robert E. Knudsen, and Jackie Williams to the Board of Equalization. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors nominate the named persons to be appointed to the Board of Equalization by our Circuit Court. These are all reappointments of persons willing to continue in service on the BOE. Item 14 is a resolution authorizing the use of fuel tax revenue for fiscal year 2016. The Potomac and Rappahannock Transportation Commission, PRTC, collects and holds fuel tax receipts on behalf of each locality that is a member of VRE. The process for claiming these funds for reimbursement of transportation expenditures incurred by our county begins with the board adopting a pro forma resolution authorizing PRTC to budget and appropriate in its budget the payable amount of these fuel tax receipts to our county. This resolution, which is a formality, requests PRTC to budget and appropriate $4,461,167 of Spotsylvania's accumulated fuel tax revenue for payment to Spotsylvania for transportation expenditures to be incurred by our county in fiscal year 2016. Finally, item 15 are the VACO voting credentials for the annual business meeting this year. This is a request for Supervisor Trampy to be appointed your voting delegate at the 2015 VACO annual conference and to be representing Spotsylvania County there. And those are the items on today's consent agenda.
Thank you. Any items need to be removed? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, but I have a discussion, please, before we vote.
Sure.
So I'll move to approve. The question I have is on number 9 and 10, the property refunds. Is there any penalty that is placed on the businesses that do not file the taxes in an appropriate time? Anybody answer that? Yeah, she can. Thank you, Debbie.
Yes, sir. Penalties are applied to the amount that we tax them on, and then when they amend their return, we have to adjust the penalty, but they are charged a penalty. And they do get a refund back, and we do have to pay them interest.
Okay. Is the penalty, when we look at these numbers, like 12,000 coming back to them, or 6,000 coming back, is the penalty been taken out of that money already then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Seven yes.
Thank you. Moves us along to public presentations. Has anybody signed up, Amy?
No, sir.
Anybody here wish to speak on an item that is not on the agenda or a public hearing? Please come forward. Have 3 minutes.
Mary Lou Collier, Mr. Skinner's district, 2 items. I was in 4 Mile Fork area on a Saturday, traffic gridlock, something I mentioned at the Public Safety Commission meeting, of the possibility of increasing motorcycle patrols. It's difficult to maneuver in gridlock traffic and getting around to get to where you have to go in emergency. Would like to have the police department check into increase in motorcycle patrols. 2, recently I came across an incident where a gentleman was at the bridge, overhead bridge 208 with I-95 leaning over, and my first impression was, oh God, please don't jump. I immediately called the police department, and the men about maybe even less than 4 minutes, I went and dropped off my Comcast payment. There was a state police officer making a U-turn in the road, and I turned back to the scene and saw a Spotsylvania patrol car arriving at the same time as the state police. This gentleman was seen sitting guardrail in the rain. I was relieved to see that he did not do anything foolish. I want to thank the police department, Sheriff Harris and his staff, for their prompt response to this call. As I told the dispatcher, I don't know whether this is something foolish or whatever, but I felt like I needed to take action, and I want to thank them again for intervening and for their prompt response. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing nobody, we'll move on with the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is a follow-up on a discussion from your last meeting of follow-up on the discussion of proposed revisions to financial policies, and the allocation of available fund balance.
Good afternoon. At the September 22nd board meeting, staff suggested increasing the fiscal stability reserve by 1% for a total reserve of 11%, increasing the health insurance reserve to equal incurred but not reported expenses plus 3 months of claims, establishing a 1.25% budget stabilization reserve, and establishing a $2 million economic opportunities reserve using the fund balance that was available as a result of fiscal year 15 operations. Following that report to you at your last meeting, you had some follow-up questions and comments which we've provided you responses for in a board communication. But I'd also like to give a brief overview of those responses this afternoon as a reminder to you and also to inform the public of those responses. We will conclude this presentation with a recommendation of use of the available fund balance in the event that the board chooses to proceed in a direction other than reserving the funds. You asked us at the last meeting, what's the amount of interest saved if we don't issue debt? And the response is, there is a one-time savings of $315,000 over a 20-year period for each $1 million not issued. Any use of funds available at the end of fiscal year 15 to reduce future bond issuances would be a one-time issuance savings as opposed to achieving AAA, which would then be an ongoing savings. You asked, could we use any funds available at the end of fiscal year 15 to pay off existing debt? And before we can pay off any existing debt, the bonds have to be callable. We have 2 series of bonds right now that are callable. Those are the 2013 general obligation bonds and the 2013 lease revenue bonds. The summary is here on the screen. You can see the general obligation bonds were issued at 2.55% net interest costs. You can see the breakdown between the schools and the county portion of that issuance, and the total balance is $15.5 million outstanding. For the lease revenue issuance, that was a net interest cost of 2.61%. And you can again see the breakdown between the schools and the county there of the balance outstanding of $12.5 million. Considering that we issued the 2015, the most recent GO bonds at a net interest cost of 2.61%, and that rates are expected to increase, staff and the county's financial advisors recommend that any allocation of cash funding intended to reduce debt be used to decrease any future debt issuances as opposed to paying off existing debt. You also ask, what is the estimate of interest savings on the 5-year CIP, which will be recommended to you tonight, if the county were rated AAA instead of AA? And at this time, the draft upcoming fiscal year 17 through fiscal 2021 CIP assumes debt issuances totaling $152.9 million over a 5-year period for both county and schools capital projects. Given the information provided by Davenport at the September 22nd board meeting, we could expect to pay 0.23% less in interest cost with a AAA rating versus our current AA rating. That interest rate difference applied to the debt in the current draft of the CIP is estimated at $3 million over the term of the debt. And since we're a growing county and we have to maintain the assets that we currently have, I would expect that we will always have a CIP. Once we get to AAA, the savings from a lower interest rate will continue to be a savings for every bond issue thereafter, assuming we maintain that AAA. And that's why in the previous slide I said that achieving AAA would allow us to have an ongoing savings versus a one-time savings if we applied that that available fund balance to reduce debt. Davenport also noted in his presentation that if we were to have had a AAA bond rating instead of a AA rating at the time of the issuance of the currently outstanding $293 million in bonds, the estimated interest rate savings on the remaining term of those bonds would be $7.4 million. That's $7.4 million moving forward. You also asked at the last meeting, what would the tax rate need to be to cash fund the CIP? Please be reminded that our existing fiscal policies require that we continue down the path begun in 2008 of adding 0.25% to the transfer of cash to capital projects each year. And the transfer level in 2008 was 1% of the general fund revenues. In 2016, it's budgeted at 3% or $7.1 million. And the county's stated goal is 5%. The tax rates that are shown in this graph reflect the increase needed to pay the balance of project cost after we've assumed the annual transfer of cash to the CIP. So you can see that based on what we expect the planned projects to be in the next 5 years, the blue shaded boxes here are the existing tax rate of 86 cents, and the red on top of that is the added rate that would be necessary to cash fund the CIP. The numbers there at the top of each stack represent what the tax rate would need to be each year to fund general fund operations as they are, and also the added cost of cash funding a CIP. You ask, what does an 11% reserve represent from an operational standpoint? An 11% fiscal stability reserve would equal $42.4 million, or 1.5 months of general fund plus school operating fund operations. The calculation that yields the 1.5 months of operating costs assume typical operations and does not factor in any extraordinary expenditures that would be related to a sustained emergency response. The 11% fiscal stability reserve is intended as the county's source of funding in the event of a true emergency, such as a natural disaster or localized catastrophe, such as a fire at the business of one of our county's top 10 revenue generators, which could not be balanced through other less extraordinary budgetary action. This reserve, as written in the revised policies, would be used only by the vote of the board, and we're intending for these funds to be really cordoned off and considered for use only in the rarest of circumstances, if at all. You ask, how does the budget stabilization reserve compare to the fiscal stability reserve? And the budget stabilization reserve is really meant to be more easily accessible, though still rarely used, and is the equivalent of the state's rainy day fund. Or the philosophy behind it is the equivalent, not the amount. It is intended that this reserve be used to address revenue declines or unexpected expenditures that cannot be resolved through other budget action. Whereas the use of the fiscal stability reserve is to be limited to unexpected financial needs with costs of at least $1 million. There's not a dollar trigger value that must be met before the use of the budget stabilization reserve could occur. Like the fiscal stability reserve, any use of the budget stabilization reserve requires the board's approval.
The board also asked, what is the business case for creating these reserves? The county cannot run a deficit or declare bankruptcy. As a political unit of the Commonwealth of Virginia, we are constrained. Increasing our reserves will allow us a reasonable capacity to weather an unexpected crisis. Our current reserves allow us flexibility equal to or less than 1.5 months of general fund operating costs. A modest increase in reserve would get us a full 6 weeks, 3 pay periods of cash flow coverage. Professional trained observers of our financial position have consistently, for at least the last 5 years, recommended increasing our reserves as a prudent move that would reflect positively on the management of our county. It's been a consistent recommendation, and that is a large part for the for the recommendation coming forward to you now from your staff. What is said about higher bond rating? What is said about a AAA bond rating? I talked to one of the county administrators in a county that has most recently been upgraded to AAA, and his brief summary comment was, "This is the best advertising we've ever had." It's a benchmark of performance that identifies the county as a great place, that's well-run, and that understands business. Speaking to that same official, I was intrigued by his observation that not only had they gotten very good press, but that he had received a number of personal congratulatory communications from CFOs and other heads of business that recognized that the AAA rating achievement as for what it was, as a sign of a well-run locality. To the extent that we are interested in our economic development priorities in attracting business to our county, attracting the attention of business in this way can be a prime tool for going forward. I also want to balance this with the notion that there are consistent comments from financial analysts and public officials that say, look, a AAA bond rating is a good goal, but don't starve to get there, and don't forego needed community facilities or needed community services. Our tax rates, and the visual down here at the lower left divides up our spending as shown in our 2016 budget between mandates at 41%, commitments at 35%, and others at 24%. Now, our tax rates are set by you, by your majority vote, and the rate must generate sufficient revenue to fully fund the operation of our government, including both mandated and discretionary services and programs. Examples of commitments are debt service, funding to schools greater than our mandated share, regional agency funding, et cetera. And the other category includes everything not included in mandates or commitments, including funding for deputies over and above the number mandated for our locality by the state. I want to point out, we do already provide levels of service in many of these areas over and above state mandates, and law enforcement with the number of deputies, and your funding to schools over and above mandated program minimums are two great examples of that. Now, our budget, by design, reflects, I would suggest, our community's values and priorities. Certainly, the priorities of our community are much in mind as we build the budget, and I think they're much in mind in your consideration of the budget. I took this snapshot of the 2015 budget public hearing comments from last spring, and I'm well aware that the budget is an area of the board's discretion and decision making. I don't want to suggest to anyone that the budgeted consideration and adoption or adoption of the tax rates is simply a reflection or a formula execution based on the public input. But nonetheless, I think it is fair to say broadly that our budget does reflect the values and priorities of our community, both in its preparation, in its discussion, and in its adoption. The budget public hearing is not a prescription, but it is a snapshot of the community's self-selected preferences and values and priorities for our budget, and often that self-selected group is tainted with some self-interest. People that are interested in, maybe even beneficiaries of or employed in individual services come to the budget public hearing to speak in favor of their particular interests. But the larger point is that there is room for participation. People get to come and speak, And this is, for better or worse, however accurate the self-selected sample may be, this is what our citizens tell us. In this past year, 2/3 expressed desire for more funding for schools. A bit over 1/5 sought funds for special programs, small individual programs. Just under 10% favored lower taxes, and a small, just a couple of comments were either advocating for pay for performance, or even one favored increasing reserve funds. The point is that there is a broad range of community perspective that is shared on priorities for our budget, and a number of these comments are in the direction of actually inviting greater public investment as opposed to less public investment. So this slide brings it all together. Here are the policy choices laid out as between building reserves or cash funding some capital projects as we see them. The option 1 column is built based on the recommendation last given at your last meeting, the policy, the recommended policy as drafted, and the funding provided to activate that policy. Column 2 is an optional version that leaves an amount to be determined, allocation of it to be determined by the board. That is on the right-hand side near the bottom, the $3,195,261. We got to that amount available for appropriation for capital projects by taking the proposed and recommended 1% increase in the fiscal stability reserve and setting that in the policy as a goal or objective, but not as something that we're going to be achieved this year. So the amount set aside under option 2 near the top of the column for the increase in the fiscal stability reserve is 0, and that fiscal stability reserve increase, it will be identified in the policy under that option as an objective or goal. Our first choice and recommendation, my own and our finance staff's, remains as presented at your meeting in September, allocating the funds to various reserves as presented under option 1. Option 2 would keep the policy structures in place, but would not fund at this time the 1% increase in the fiscal stability reserve, nor would it fully fund the budget stabilization reserve that's recommended at 1.25%. It would fund that this year at 0.78%, setting aside keeping the goal of 1.25% for the future. Under either of these options, it is strongly recommended that we maintain the $2 million Economic Opportunities Reserve in order to be able to capture the best opportunities in economic development. Note that due to an adjustment in the state revenue after the fourth quarter report was presented, the available fund balance is actually about $600,000 less than originally reported. So we've reduced the budget stabilization reserve to $4.16 million, or 1.08%, to adjust for this change, and to keep $300,000 in the fund balance in option 1. Option 2 fully funds the budget stabilization reserve which allows $3.2 million to be allocated to capital projects as we move to the development of the CIP for FY 17 to 21. There's a report on that later this afternoon. So the next steps would go directly to your consideration of the recommended revisions to the fiscal policies and appropriation of the year-end funds to those policies. If other than option 1 is approved, the option that was recommended back in September, we'll need to modify language in the policies to give a time frame for the achievement of goals and to identify the goals as being for the future rather than being funded presently. Also, given the draft FY17 to 21 CIP, we recommend that a timeline for meeting the less than 10% debt service to expenditure ratio be shifted from by the end of FY 2021 to by the end of FY 2025. That is what we have by way of follow-up from the last discussion of the policy, and we invite the board's questions.
Any questions? Mr. McLaughlin?
Okay. Yeah, first one, I understand going to 11%, and that's a 10% increase of our fund balance every year. And we're setting in policy from now on. And that's a big chunk. If things don't go as well year after year, then we've kind of committed ourselves. And my concern is if we go the full 1%, let's just say, is it worse if we reduce it in the future? So if we change our fund balance, let's say we're going to do 11% based on this budget we had from 16 closeout, so we have this additional funding to put in the balance. If we can't maintain that, is it worse to go back to 10.5 in the future, or is there a problem in the future if you need the money?
If we need the money from the fiscal stability reserve, the policy requires, our current policy as well as the revised policy requires that we have a plan in place to replace that within 2 years of the use. And the rating agencies do want to see our policies say that we're going to have a plan, and they are going to want to see us follow through with a plan if we do have to use that money.
So from the rating agencies, I remember them saying about, a larger fund balance and all that, but now we're putting a second fund balance, the stabilization fund. Was that in one of their suggested requirements for us?
No, they don't prescribe how we break down the reserve. We have chosen to say that the fiscal stability reserve is kind of boxed off. We want that to be there to support the cash flow needs of the county, to support us in the event that we have some catastrophe that we have to respond to. So that's why we've said, let's set that 11% completely aside. And then the 1.25% budget stabilization reserve is really meant to be a more flexible, more easily used reserve, and more readily available to us, but obviously only with your approval.
And were there no CIP projects that we could apply the money towards? I know we talked about animal shelters and expanding the section of Harrison Road. Are there other projects that we could just fund outright?
There are projects that we can just fund outright, and we'll talk about that more as part of the upcoming presentation on the CIP, but the $3.2 million that we have here in option 2 for your specific allocation later on, if you choose this, that money is the tone paging system for fire rescue and the sheriff's office, and completion of the radio system installation.
Well, as presented in option 2, actually, it is just $3,195,261 to do with as you choose. Our recommendation, we have looked ahead, and you'll see detail of this with the CIP presentation, but in discussing it at our level, we looked at the technology investment with the completion of the radio system and adding tone paging to the radio system as significant bang for our buck at that $3 million plus level.
So I guess is the number one recommendation here to increase the fund balance? So, because option 2, shouldn't that still be 3.85 and then the other fund be applied towards something else? If the number one is to increase it by the 1%, we'd have an 11% fund balance, but then we have the 2 other funds, the stabilization reserve and economic opportunity, which is close to $6 million.
Correct. So option one, that's what county admin and finance staff's recommendation is, that you increase the fiscal stability reserve by 1%.
Right.
If the board chooses not to go that route, and they choose not to apply that 1% to the fiscal stability reserve, then we're recommending that you allocate nothing to the fiscal stability reserve, as that's what we're assuming your option might want to be. That you would fully fund the budget stabilization reserve at the full 1.25%. And then the difference, the $3.2 million that's remaining, you would apply to some capital projects.
So I guess that was the question. If you think the number one priority is to fund the fund balance, why wouldn't we have put that as option 2, to fund the fund balance and then not fund this budget stabilization reserve, which we don't have currently? Yeah.
The fiscal stabilization reserve sets by policy and by definition in the recommended policies a higher wall. Bonnie described it as cordoned off. Those funds are for a more limited emergency purpose. We believe that they need to be in the future more than 10%. They're really two different. One is what is the amount of money. The second is identifying purposes or levels of security for the set aside of those funds. Understand, you asked the question about there were suggestions of increasing reserves to the neighborhood of 12 to 13%. And part of how we got to the formulation of these recommendations was to say that there is, to add the notion of defining the fiscal stability reserve in terms of a higher standard for access as an emergency, a true emergency fund. And that I think it's prudent for that fund to be set aside under those policy terms. If that's done as recommended, then we will still need to have a budget stabilization reserve akin to, in terms of policy parameters, a rainy day fund to tap into on a just-in-case basis. I think the more prudent choice going forward would be not to put that extra 1% in the cordoned-off fiscal stability reserve, but to keep that 1.25% in the budget stabilization reserve.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've stipulated that we could not dip into the fiscal stability reserve or the budget stabilization reserve without approval from this board. Last time there was a chart, a cash flow chart, which showed that even in a good year, we had dipped below 10% for a brief time during the year. Are we saying that that could not happen without a vote from this board?
That's always going to happen because that's the natural ebbs and flows of the cash flow. What we're saying that is intentionally spending it, intentionally spending the fund balance could not occur without this board's vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions? Comments, direction? I just have a couple of, if we're going to move to increase the fund balance by 1%, could we set that as a goal over the next 3 years and move towards that as opposed to doing it all in one chunk and then use the remaining of that for our CIP projects that are coming up that we could pay in cash, or even moving some of that money to get to the, is it 5% that we move over to cash pay, or
I would not recommend doing that second thing that you
Okay.
said, because that's an ongoing, every year we build towards that. And once we reach the 5%, the intent of the policy, I believe, is to always do the 5%. So you would want that as part of your ongoing budget and ongoing funds as opposed to one-time funds.
okay.
But this with one-time funds, the first thing you said was, to my ear at least, sounds pretty much like option 2, not giving the 1% to the fiscal stability reserve this year, but stating the objective of increasing the fiscal stability reserve by 1% up to 11% in, say, over the next 3 years. But this year, using that 1% to pre-fund or cash fund selected capital projects.
Do we have, and I guess this will be coming up in our CIP, then do we have a more of a front-loaded, soon, quicker projects coming up in the CIP that we might need cash to pay those off, which would be more prudent than taking half and putting in the fund balance and working towards a 1%? Should we use that to pay it off? Because what we're looking at coming up quickly are some pretty heavy CIP projects that cash could pay for them, and we wouldn't be putting that onto the debt rolls. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure the exact question, but I think you're basically
That's okay,
saying,
just answer
are there
however-
projects that we could use that for in the CIP?
Right.
Coming up in fiscal year 17? And
Correct.
yes, there are.
Because I noticed in the chart where the cash paying our CIP is very heavy in the next 2 years, and then it trickles off, would lead me to believe that if we then have this money to cash pay, then we don't have to incur the debt on that in the next couple of years, as opposed to running up the fund balance, which is a nice thing to do, but would it be, I guess I'm getting to my question now. Would it be better to increase the fund balance, or would it be better to cash pay our CIP projects in the short term?
If the increasing of the fiscal stability reserve and the other combined reserves are what tips us over the edge to AAA, and we get that AAA, the sooner we get that, the more we can expect to save over the long haul on our projects. So over the long haul, and our financial advisors have agreed on this, putting the money in the reserve and getting the AAA would be more to our advantage than buying down debt up front.
Okay, well then,
Buying down the debt up front is a one-time savings, whereas getting AAA would be ongoing forevermore unless we somehow lost our AAA status.
right.
That said, I don't think that there is honestly a bad option between the two that are before you, and that's by design, because neither of the options that's before you totally abandons increasing reserves and says just spend it all now. Option 2 says let's do a smaller increase to reserves and spend the difference on selected capital projects, and those were at least the recommendations that we have toward them are targeted toward high value for high priority projects right now. So they're either option 1 or option 2 are both good choices, I think, toward our overall goals.
Thank you. Thank you for making it easy, actually, is what I'm trying to say. Any other questions, or Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, just one more. And again, my concern is that we set ourselves up. I'm okay with putting some amount towards the fund balance, and I agree with Mr. Yakubowski about spreading it out. Maybe we go over a couple of years, or maybe we just say we'll put 0.5% in now and stop. My concern about this budget stabilization reserve, and it's just we used to call them gobies, general officer bright ideas. Somebody's going to come up with an idea, and only need 4 of us to come up with an idea and say, hey, I got an idea, let's spend that $4 million on something. And that's my concern about having that other fund that's very easily accessible. And again, it's just 4 of us have to choose it, and we'll spend that money. I'd rather see us spend it on a CIP project. If you want to put a certain, I would say let's put a certain amount into the fund to balance, and then let's pay down some of this future CIP projects. I mean, I think we're better off spending cash than borrowing money. I mean,
Just to clarify, the way that this policy is written right now, the first bulleted item under the budget stabilization reserve says, county will maintain a budget stabilization reserve to address potential revenue declines or other economic stress placed on the budget. So it's not meant to, the intent,
Right.
the way it's written, is not meant to be
a slush fund.
a goby.
Right. So, yeah.
Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bonnie, is the intent to get a AAA is really based on county policy? I mean, what they say is if I remember right, they look at what we're doing, what our policy says, and are we adhering to that policy? So when we came back this time, obviously, we heard that we would want to maybe increase our reserves so that we could get to the AAA quicker than we could, okay? So if we, and what you've seen here and what you've shown us today, does it really matter whether we put 1% in there or whether we put 0.5% in there? As long as our policy, we suggest that we put either 1/4% or 0.5% in there to show that our policy says we will increase it to 11%, as the chairman said, and let's do that over a 2-year period or something of that nature. So, and the other question I have is, when you showed us what we're paying on these 2.31% and stuff of that nature, it's an extremely low rate on money. I don't think I want to pay that type of debt service off right now, because you're not going to get that percent rate.
Exactly.
So I do not think we want to mess with that. So as far as the policy, and maybe you could answer this because I was not up there this year, but isn't it the policy, and they look at us, the three, the people up in New York? Go ahead. If you.
Well, they look at our policies, they look at our practice, and they look at the degree to which we are adhering to our own policies. Under either of these, under either of the options before you, if the board chose option 2, what would companion with that would be language in the policy that identified the increase to 11% as, say, a 3-year goal. There's no need, you don't have to put anything over 10% in that fund immediately, but you could. 1/4%, 0.5%, or 0. On that program, or with that policy, with the increase in that reserve as a 3-year goal, the real test will be, what do you do next year, not what you do this year, necessarily. But yes, both the policy and the practice matter. In fact, one of the factors that it led to the initiation of this proposed update to the policy was that we had come to a place where what we were hearing was that what we were arguing to New York was that we are outperforming our policies, and we are doing good practices that are not identified in our policies. And so part of the policy update is to tune up what our policies are to better support our whole argument under that same scrutiny that says, what are your policies, what are you doing, and do you do what you say you're going to do?
Well, I would recommend that, if we're going to truly try to increase it over a time period, that we start it this year, no matter what it is, whether it be 1/3% and we do 1/3% every year, or we do 0.5% this year and 0.5% next year. But I think it's very valuable, and I know the question is, how valuable is a AAA rating to us? I think it is very, as you said, it's not a immediate win, it's a win over the long-term period, and that's what we need to think about. I think over a 15 to 20-year period, that AAA will save this county quite a little bit of money.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
So I just want to talk about the Economic Development Reserve Fund. So right now, we don't have an Economic Development Reserve Fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and I noticed in both options it has that. It's $2 million. It's a significant chunk. Can you go into more details about why you're proposing under both options that we would dedicate $2 million where we've never dedicated that before?
Address that from a couple of different perspectives. With the most simplistically, Mr. Ross, Lidl came to us in this past year at a point in our cash flow that was particularly fortuitous. And we had funds available to make the deal that brought the biggest building, I think, ever built in our county here, and a good number of reasonably good-paying jobs. In the world of site selection for larger and more sophisticated businesses, I think they have their own version, at their own altitude, is my awareness, of the same sort of site selection logic that the smaller commercial businesses use. There is an entire cadre, a level or a quality of business, typically retail, that they run a rule for site selection that simply is IFW. I follow Walmart. Anywhere a Walmart opens, you will find as many as 2 different other businesses that their whole site selection strategy, their whole expansion strategy is IFW. I follow Walmart. Now, at a whole different echelon, and I would submit the realm of business that we are most interested in as a target of our economic development efforts. We want to bring high-quality prospects here with office, with technology, with sophisticated businesses paying high salaries, employing smart people, and getting them off of the I-95 commute and giving them more time with their family, and maximizing training programs at the community college and our high schools and at the college. The strategy for that, one strategy, and I think that this is very valid and hopefully robust based on my discussions with Corey Roberts at FRA and others at the state, is that we have with Lidl gotten the next level up of attention. We have made it onto the radar screen of the next layer up in quality of economic development prospects. This reserve is simply to put a fund aside, not for small business, not for an addition to, not for little things, but in my mind, this is targeting the next big fish, if you will, the next big prospect. And the intent of it is that at no matter what point, and Mr. Trampy was very correct in remembering that there was a point in the cash flow graph. That was just our cash flow graph over the cycle of our year. There are points of time that we can do big things easily and be relatively light on our feet, and there are times that are real bad days to even try to do such a thing. There are prospects on the horizon even now, and a study and exercises in place that to head toward more of them that I think is acutely important.
I do too, Mark.
To have this money set aside,
And,
but with the collective intent, and I would happily submit that we probably should go back to the policy language and make sure that it's very clear that this is not for 20 small things in a year. This is for maybe one big one.
Okay, that's fair enough. So I do have a follow-on question to that. Would that money be transferred over to the Economic Development Authority for use at their discretion, or would that still be underneath the?
No, that
control?
money is in you and only spendable at your direction.
Any other questions?
Just one last one.
Yes, sir.
I think one of the decisions you needed tonight was for the CAFR, is that right? Is that what it was?
Or to include these commitments in the CAFR, we would need that decision, but that's not necessarily a driving factor. It's just if you wanted to include it in it, we would need them tonight.
So the one that would affect potential future ratings is really the fund balance. Do the other ones?
Stability reserve and the budget stability reserve.
Right.
And I guess
Actually, they all three do.
Where's the third one?
Yeah, they probably all do, because just to get back to what Mark said earlier when we were in New York, what we heard is that we've had a decent reserve at the end of each year. We've added to it each year, but we haven't formalized that. So any level of this formalization, I think, is a step in the right direction.
Right.
And I will say, Mr. McLaughlin, we have probably discussed and debated everything that you
Yeah.
have said in our office. Because, you know, I've always heard it's better not to have a policy at all than to have a policy and break it. And so I'm very concerned that we make sure we can follow these policies when we start them. So we've been back and forth, we've been up and down, and that's how we got to option one. It looked different when we first started the conversation. So we hear you loud and clear. I do think coming back to the rating agencies with some level of policy change is positive. And the other thing they told, the reserve level is not the only thing that guides that AAA. There are some things that we say we have no control over, like the economic development piece of it. But I think we could debate that economic development is important to this board. They're reserving $2 million in their fund balance for those things that come up. So these are pieces that we may not be able to say that we can control, but you all have made a decision as a board that this is important to you. So any piece of this, I think, will help us.
Thanks.
I'd like to reiterate what you were saying about going to New York, and one of the things is we're kind of doing what we said we would do. We've put the money in the funds that we said that we would do. We've followed the policies that we've implemented according to what they had said that we needed to do. My recollection is we used to have actually 10 or 12% in our fund balance years ago, but we were always told that 10% is all that they wanted, and it didn't matter.
It used to be 8 to 10.
Right. So
And then
they're-
we consistently had 10, so they said, take the 8 off. It just looks better to have 10, so.
Right, okay. So we're doing the things that we need to do, because I think that what you're hearing from all of us, not to put any words in anybody's mouth, is that we're going for that AAA. That is our goal. That's what we want. How we get there, I think we need to be very careful that we don't do something that puts us in a tight spot that 2 years from now, you know, we look back and say that was sure stupid 2 years to do those things. So let's move slowly towards it. I'm not getting the feeling that AAA is, if we do this next year, we get one.
I wish I could say we would, but we have also talked about that. This is no promise that we're going to get AAA. This is just our
Right. So
path, yes.
if they did say to us, do this, you get AAA, sure, we'll do it.
Absolutely.
But knowing that that is not on the table, let's not take out that big bite. Let's work towards it. Let's show them that we're working towards it. And then we will then have a very long decade and a half track record of setting policies, following policies, achieving policies, and then implementing new policies to move to those next levels. So as we do this, I would say that the goal would be AAA, but that we move towards that in a fiscally responsible and sensible way so that we don't regret it in the next couple of years. And I would like us to actually increase our fund balance by a third every year for the next 3 years. And take that from option 2. So we would increase the budget stabilization reserve up to 4.8 and do option 2 with the third per year. If there's any discussion on.
So to clarify, the
Yes.
third per year is relative to the budget stabilization reserve?
No,
Or to the
do,
fiscal stability reserve? The fiscal stability reserve?
yes, the top line. Yes, ma'am.
And that's 1/3%. We're not increasing it by a third.
No. I wrote 1/3%.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, sir. Mr. Cibola.
Thank you, Chairman. Having looked at all of this and having been up there to New York, and my personal goal is for this county to have a AAA rating. And I think we have an even better chance of a AAA rating if we exceed the goals that we establish. I think that we would be more favorably looked at, and I don't care what the numbers are, if we establish a 1/3, or if we establish a 1% and we did a 1.1%, or whatever we do, I think that our policy that we establish we should have the capability of exceeding and really and truly look at exceeding the goals that we have established. I think we would be much more favorably looked at
and could certainly accelerate getting to a AAA status. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. You all need a motion then, I would assume. So,
Well, Mr. Chair?
yes, sir.
What will we motion on? I think that's been the big question is, I think everybody kind of agrees what you're doing, but I think we all kind of want some of each. And that's what I'm kind of looking at. Can we, where you're putting 3.8 million, maybe we put 2 million in the fund balance. Maybe we only put $1.5 million in the stabilization reserve and 2 million economic, and then we build out the projects, SIP projects with the rest. I mean, I'd like to see, we don't have to achieve all of this at one time, because I guess for me right now, I don't know, not comfortable enough with the budget stabilization reserve to know when's the last time we needed $4 million in a reserve in the budget stabilization. You know, I'd rather, can we achieve that over 3 years? And, you know, let's try to achieve, set a goal of the 11% over 3 years for the fund balance. Maybe the budget stabilization reserve over 3 or 4 years, we achieve, you know, 4 million or whatever the number is. And then we got our economic development fund, and then we go ahead and fund these. If these are critical projects down here, CIP, you know, we can pay cash, because I think the other thing too with the AAA was our debt to income ratio was still too high, higher than other related AAA agencies. So if we increase our overall money in the bank and decrease the amount we're borrowing, those are both objectives towards AAA. But I think, why don't we do this over several years is what I'm saying is, let's go, if 4.5 million is your number for stabilization, let's shoot for that over 3 years. And let's shoot for a goal. Let's shoot for 11% over 3 years. We can do the economic development today, and then there may be enough money to do all the radio projects. But I guess that's my question. That would be a goal, Vice doing it all today.
Well, then my question would be the CIP projects that you're talking about paying cash, is it 3.2 million?
Well, I guess you've put down here, so here's my question. Let me just hypothetical right now. If we put third into the fund, so we're going to do a goal over 3 years of achieving 11% into the fiscal stability reserve, and then we went and did the budget stabilization reserve. If 4.5 is the number, we're going to do that over 3 years, and then 2 million to economic reserve. Would there be enough to do the 3 projects you listed below?
There would be $5.4 million left, and that would then take the balance to zero. If you did 1/3 of 1% in the fiscal stability reserve, fully funded the $86,000 we need for the health insurance reserve,
right,
did 1/3 of the budget stabilization reserve, did $2 million for the economic opportunities reserve.
right. And then
Those items combined are $4.9 million of $10.4 million, so we would have $5.4 million remaining.
to do the CIP projects?
Yes,
And
and
they're-
if you applied all $5.4 million to that, we would have $0 in the available fund balance. So if anything went wrong in the budget, we would not have a place to go. Other than the budget stabilization reserve of $1.6 million.
So they're 5 million for the CIP projects, but
Right.
that's my question. So there'd be a little bit left over. All right, okay. Well, that's my question. Should we go with something like that, or is it too much in the, we can set a goal of achieving those over a 3-year period to hit those marks, and then I think that just gets a little bit of everything. I think it gets we're showing a fund balance increase, we're establishing a stabilization reserve, we're putting 2 million in economic development, which is important, and then we're looking at doing cash funding certain projects. And maybe not all of them. I mean, maybe there's a number that's less.
One thing that I would caution about, and not trying to sway you one way or the other, just trying to give you the full information. I think Mary hit on this earlier. I think it would be not received in a positive light from the rating agencies for us to go forward and say, we're going to shoot for these, we're going to do this by, let's say, the end of fiscal year 18, and then not hit that mark. So with that in mind, realize that 1/3 of each of these 2 items adds to $2.9 million every year. So we're going to need, if we do that, we're basically deciding tonight, we're going to allocate
Committing ourselves.
$2.9 million each year. to these items.
Or you could just establish those numbers and next year increase it if you choose, with no goal in mind. Just say, we're gonna make it 10.367%, whatever it may be, and put additional funds there, and the next year we can choose to put more if we choose to.
Right. I think it would be a stronger policy to say what date it is that you're shooting for, but I do think it would be viewed in a negative light if you don't
You don't
meet that.
achieve it.
But so maybe it's not 3 years, maybe it's 5 years, or something like that, that we feel more comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I may, I'd just like to bring to the board's attention, in the past, we have kind of had, I guess you could call it a revenue stabilization fund or an emergency fund, in that we didn't call it that, but we had always had about $1 million or more excess reserve fund. Just we had money that we could have budgeted and not violate our policy, that we didn't intentionally, just so that we had funds for an unforeseen emergency, or to use for economic development opportunities and things like that. And now what we're trying to do is formalize that and actually set those funds aside for specific purposes, rather than just have it at the bottom line as an undesignated fund balance.
With that said, I mean, you could split the economic development opportunity reserve, could be split. You keep $1 million in your reserve and $1 million in the economic opportunity. I mean, there's
The problem
ways
with putting things in the undesignated fund, in something called an undesignated fund balance, is that it tends to disappear.
Right.
It tends to dribble out. Part of the whole point of this undertaking has been to get some policy around these numbers, so that to discipline our conduct going forward, so that we will have funds to meet our needs in these particular directions.
Subula?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Looking over this chart that we have in front of it, and the comment that I made earlier, I don't have a problem with decreasing the amount of the FSR at a lesser rate than 1%. I don't have a problem with that. The health reserve, that needs to be left alone. The budget stabilization reserve, I think the whole purpose that we come up with this was that we would have, and I'm going to call it an insurance fund, for when we get those valleys. And I think that that needs to be maintained at that level that's being recommended. The economic opportunities, I would like to see that even more, but I think 2 mil is a reasonable amount, and I think that's what we need to shoot for based on the comments that Mr. Taylor had made earlier, and the knowledge that of the economic opportunities that are possibly at our doorstep right now. To come up with a mill or 2 mil, like the $1.5 million that we had to do with Lidle, I think we need to have that in a reserve. I think it needs to be there. If we spend it, we're going to have to put it back in that reserve for another opportunity. So that would be my recommendation, that we could do Mr. Yakubowski's 1/3, if you will, over the next 3 years. I think that would be a reasonable goal, and keep the budget stabilization firm as it is, and the economic development as it's listed here. And that goes right back again to what I'm saying. We establish some goals, and if we can exceed them, we look even better. And to set dates of 2018 or 2020 to do something like that, I think that's a reasonable approach. However, I don't believe the AAA rating agencies will do things quicker than the goals that you're setting. They want to see if you have met your goals. And if you set a goal at 2020, they're going to wait till 2020 till they look at us favorably or unfavorably. So I think that's where we need to go. Thank you.
Mr. Trampy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The numbers in option 1 were based essentially on the end of the year fund balance at the end of the last fiscal year. Is that right? So this is money that we have right now. At the risk of being a bit of a contrarian, I think I would be more comfortable doing this in year 1, and if we get additional funds in year 2 and 3, using that for cash for CIP projects. Otherwise, we're spending the money now on the CIP and setting goals for year 2 and 3, and we have no idea what our revenues will be in 2 and 3. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, so anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve option 1.
Motion on the floor to approve option 1. Any discussion?
My last,
Yes, sir.
maybe not my last, but again, so when was the last time we needed to get into $4.5 million in budget stabilization reserve?
Is that not under prior policy called the, what was that called, Bonnie? Because that we've had in the past reserve and then undesignated fund balance. Right. So and you've been in undesignated fund balance since I've been here. We've recommended small expenditures to be taken from the fund balance twice, as I recall, since June.
So the other question, there's, option 1 doesn't have the fund balance.
It does.
300,000 at the
That's
bottom.
option 2, right?
Right.
Both
No,
of
that's
those-
option,
both of
Both
that's,
those options have the 300.
In the slide from today.
Okay, I'm in the, okay. I'm on the,
I understand.
okay, so both have 2. So, and again, I don't disagree. I'd like to see us pay some debt. I mean, is there a way we can, this budget stabilization reserve, does it have to be 4.1 million here? Can it be 2 million? And we apply the other 2 million towards CIP projects? And I guess that would be one of the discussions I like to have. And if,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I tend to agree with what Dr. Trampy had just said. It seems to me if we want to have these balances, it's much better to go ahead and set them up than kind of have it hanging over our head to try to find another third and another third if in case of an economic turndown or something like that. And while I would like to see us fund some of the CIP sort of out of pocket or as we go, I believe that establishing our reserve funds now so that then in the future, if we have additional funding, that can then all be targeted towards the CIP or some larger portion of it targeted towards the CIP. Because frankly, looking at our CIP, $3.2 million or even $5.2 million, would do some, but it's not going to go a long way when you look at the total amount of bond issuance that we're looking at having to do in the future. So that's why I decided that option 1 at this point would probably be the best, because that establishes the reserves that we need established, and then we can look in the future towards using any excess revenue that we may get towards attacking the CIP at a later date. And that's something that would be more fluid.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to do option 1. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
Six yes, with Mr. McLaughlin voting no.
thank you.
Thank you. We are moving on to our 3:30 time slot for VDOT. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Here to give you your October update. First, I wanted to go over some of the maintenance items. We have completed the Lanes Corner Road project. We're just buttoning up a few things, but that project is complete. I provided you all with a package that has the resurfacing roads that will be resurfaced in 2016. It's approximately 37 lane miles that will be done. So that list has been provided to you all. Now to go over some of the construction projects. The Route 1 and Mud Tavern Road project, the curb and gutter has been completed on that project, and they're planning to start the paving the week of October 19th, weather permitting. The Gordon Road Park and Ride expansion, that project is totally complete right now. Now to go on some of our preliminary engineering projects. The Route 1 and Hickory Ridge intersection improvement project, the right-of-way acquisition has started, and the project is going for advertisement in October of 2016. The Route 606 Mud Tavern over I-95 bridge replacement and the roadway improvements east of I-95, that project is slated to go for design bill request for proposal to be advertised in spring of 2016. Let's see, the 606 West improvements west of I-95, that project was submitted recently for the HB2 process, so we're hoping to hear back good news on that in the upcoming months. The Route 628 Smith Station Road and 208 intersection improvement project will be up for advertisement in February of 2016, and utility relocations have already been started. The Exit 126 IMR, we've got our first round of comments back from the formal review from FHWA, and those comments are being addressed currently. The Route 658 Mount Olive Road Bridge Replacement Project, we have met with Hanover County and Spotsylvania as of last Friday, and the counties have both agreed that they would like to see a bridge that is at least 22 foot wide put back there to accommodate the local industry traffic in the area. Now I'll review some of the concerns from the last board meeting. Mr. Sabula, you had requested the feasibility of a through truck restriction on Wallace Road. Our traffic engineering section has reviewed that, and we don't recommend a through truck restriction. I sent some detailed information to you on October 9th regarding that. Mr. McLaughlin, you had requested us to review a tree along Ely's Ford Road near St. Patrick's Catholic Church. The tree is scheduled to be removed prior to October 22nd. Mr. Ross, you had requested us to review the signal timings on Route 3 between Call D. Silver and Bragg. The signal staff is actually working to incrementally increase that, so we're going to see how that works, and I'll give you a report next month. Mr. Skinner, you had requested us to look at the timings at Route 1 and South Point Parkway. The signal was reviewed and additional timing was added, and I sent you the specifics on that on the 9th. There was also a request to review the intersection of 208 and Hood Drive. That's under review, and I'm meeting with our signal staff on Thursday to look at that corridor as a whole, so hopefully he can give me some information regarding those.
Can I ask you for one other thing now?
Yeah.
It's okay. When you, let's take South Point, now we're going northbound.
Okay.
You've got a pretty good long area there that people can come off the main, Route 1 there and pull over in those two left lanes. Is it the intention of VDOT that if you're parked in that lane to get through that light? Not backed up, because it gets backed up even on Route 1. So you've got two left turn lanes coming northbound. Mm-hmm. And if you're sitting, let's say, 3/4 of the way back, can you expect to get through that light? Is that VDOT's intent, I should say?
Well, it depends on what the queue is. I'm not sure what the timing is right there at that location, but we don't want it backing up into Route 1.
Okay. I will tell you that I was there yesterday, and I guess it was probably somewhere around 10 o'clock or 9:30. I was halfway down, and I could not get through that light.
And this was in the morning?
This was in the morning, yes.
Or northbound?
Northbound, 10 o'clock, sitting right about, I would say, a little over halfway from the light, and I was number 3 car after the light turned yellow. So I didn't even get up to the light. So if you would check that, please.
Okay.
Because what I saw was a lot of people backing up, like you said, back on Route 1 itself.
Yeah, that's what we don't want to happen.
Yes, sir. So if you guys could check that out, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the southbound. I appreciate that.
Like I said, on Thursday, I'm going to meet with him. He's going to present a plan for all of Route 1. So hopefully some of that will be addressed in there. Ms. Heidig, you have requested us to evaluate the trees on Morovia. We're still waiting. There's 3 people that we can't get in contact with. We sent them certified mail, so we're probably more than likely going to move forward with the ones we've got permission on. There was also a request for the review of the ditching concerns on Grand Brooks Road, and we're going to address those concerns with the project.
All right. Also, you had said that there had been some washout on Grand Brooks Road. What's the status of that?
We repaired that.
That's already been repaired and
Yes.
taken care of? Okay, also, I had sent you an email about Brokenberg Road and the woman concerned with speeding on it. And it turns out that her actual concern is with the speed on 208 of trucks and all that are trying to make a turn onto that. And I don't know if there's anything we can do in terms of telling people to slow down, but 208, the speed limit is not being abided by.
Okay. I think the Broken Brook one, we're actually going to post that, so I'm waiting on traffic engineering to
Okay.
get me back.
Okay.
But on 208, as far as enforcement goes, it's kind of
Yeah, that's
difficult.
probably more an enforcement issue. I don't know if there's any sort of a traffic calming sign that we could put up, or, traffic entering, because there is sort of a curve there too, and this road kind of makes a full U around on 208.
I'll see if
I
I
mean,
can.
just take a look at it and see if there's some sort of warning signs or something that we might be able to do to request that. And there's back up off of Catharpin or whatever that is back there. There's a lumber yard, and apparently there are trucks that are coming through and making the turn.
Okay.
But that might be something we need to take up with the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Mr. Trampy, you had asked us, we're still working to get the no parking signs at Chancellor Park Drive and Cardinal Lane. There was also the request to review Smith Station Road and Freedom Elementary. We reviewed that. We don't see any issue with the sight distance, and it's a 25-mile-per-hour speed zone, so I'm not sure really.
A lot of drivers go a little bit faster than that. But I'll take that up with the sheriff's office.
That concludes my report.
Any other questions?
Thank
Mr.
you,
Skinner?
Chair. On Mine Road, just past is Troon, and then you got the new development. It's called, it's the last big development on the right side as you're going down to Benchmark Road. At the end of that development, there's a very sharp curve there. I know you've got yellow signs out there at 35 miles an hour. Again, is there any way, and I know I've asked you this over, that we could make that whole stretch 35 miles an hour down there? And the reason is the lady who lives right there on the curve has had a car come in, hit her house, and she's had numerous accidents there with cars, and there's no way that their grandchildren can play even out in the front yard because of the potential hazard of a car coming around there. And they are coming, and I will get the police department to at least take a look at that and maybe set up a radar or something like that. But what can you do, what can VDOT do to help us with that curve?
We can look at additional signage, but reducing the speed limit if the speed study doesn't warrant it, I can't really.
We've done that already.
Yeah.
We've done that so many. What, I guess, is it the amount of housing that's in the area that says the speed limit can come down to 35?
Not a subdivision street. I mean, it's a main throughput, so.
No, I'm talking Mine Road now, just
Yeah.
strictly Mine
I
Road.
got you.
So you got subdivisions, you got Troon and all those people up there, and then you've got Lee's Park, and I don't think it's Lee's Park, but it's Lee's Crossing, okay? Lee's Crossing, and then after that, you have a few homes on the left side, and then you have another small division down the road there. So I guess what I'm trying to find out, what do I tell my constituents why they can't get it down to 35?
Because vehicles have been shown in a study that they're traveling safely at that speed. And if we have an advisory speed limit in a curve that says 35, that's what we've posted. That doesn't mean the whole road should be 35 miles an hour.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is this: that road that comes from Lansdowne is really no different. I'd like to see I'd like to see the study.
Okay.
Why from Lansdowne Road up to that point, it's 35 miles an hour. Now all of a sudden it changes to 35. And when I look at the road, I think it's got the same amount of curves and the same amount of dips in it than it does, actually it has more dips afterwards and turns and stuff of that nature than where it is 35. So if I could get a hold of that, or we could get together and explain why that's 35 and then turns to 45, I'd appreciate it.
You can do that.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it.
Problem.
Anybody else? Mr. McLaughlin?
Hey, Sean, yeah, thanks for the tree. That was a good one to get taken care of. Hey, there's been a recurring on Runnymede Trail about speeding, and the sheriff's been out there a number of times. And the question, I guess, is there anything that you could look in, maybe it's traffic calming or anything that may be able to do on that stretch of road? It's a connector, one of those interparcel connectors, kind of, you know, from Chancellor down to Old Plank, and it makes it. There's been a lot of complaints on that street.
We can do a cursory look to see if it would
Yeah.
meet the requirements of traffic calming, but it's generally up to the citizens with the petition and the whole traffic calming process to go through that to even.
Or maybe what some of their options may be, and I can present it to them,
Okay.
what they could do, whether it's speed
I'll
bumps
get
or.
with our traffic engineer in a second and see
Okay.
if it's even applicable for traffic calming first.
Thanks.
Mr. Sabula?
Yeah, I just have kind of I don't quite understand when we have a flashing yellow light at an intersection, a new light. What does it take to turn it to fully active signal?
There's a guide that we've got, it's the MUTCD, and it has to warrant it. So there has to be volumes from each approach to substantiate actually installing a traffic signal. So the volumes have to be there on each approach in order for a traffic signal to be warranted.
I'm thinking specifically at Thornton Rolling Road.
That's a project that the county is working on right now. Revenue sharing has been applied to it, so that project is moving forward to make that into a full signal. There have to be some turn lanes added, but that project's underway in development.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Up next, presentations from staff. First up is the USGS activities in the Central Virginia seismic zone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you for your patience. Just, this is a presentation I saw at the Lake Anna Civic Association meeting, and I thought it would be of interest to the board, and I appreciate your coming to do this because I found it to be very interesting, and I believe you're going to be starting work in Spotsylvania sometime.
Yes, ma'am.
As
Yes,
well,
ma'am.
so this is good for our citizens to know that this is going on.
Yes, so again, thank you all for having me. My name is Mark Carter. I'm with the USGS. I am a research geologist with the USGS. I'm also chief for the USGS project, Geologic Framework for Seismic Hazards in Central Virginia. And my team and I have 3 goals with our project. We construct, actually, let me get this.
From the floor computer, please.
Yeah, there you go. How's that? Very good. So my team and I have 3 goals with our work in the Central Virginia seismic zone. We basically construct detailed geologic bedrock and superficial maps. What are bedrock maps? What's a geologic map? It's a map that shows the distribution of geologic or earth materials across the surface of the earth. Bedrock, if we scraped everything off the top and got down to the hard rock beneath our feet, that's our bedrock. We can separate that then into different rock units, but more specifically, we're looking at the contact relationships between those rock units, whether they be just contacts or, more importantly, whether they be faults. The superficial material, though, is just as important. So let's bring that back. We map that material as well, because if we see faults in that superficial material is usually geologically quite young. And if we see faults in those units, that means something very significant, of course, for the tectonic history and the very recent tectonic history here in the seismic zone. And then lastly, what I'm doing here, right here today, disseminate our conclusions, our interpretations, our maps to the public, to y'all, to the folks who actually make decisions based on our data. So prior to 2011, I think very few people in Central Virginia realized that we actually lived in a seismic zone, and an active seismic zone at that. Prior to 2011, air frequency is about one earthquake every 1.5 years, average magnitude of about 3.3, the largest being a 4.8 in 1875. What does that mean? 3.3 earthquake, somebody hears a boom and they talk about it at Food Lion or whatever. Well, the 2008 Virginia earthquake was marginally the largest, most damaging earthquake in the central and eastern United States since the 7.0 Charleston, South Carolina quake on the 31st of August, 1886. We've estimated that more people felt this earthquake in August of 2011 than any other earthquake in U.S. history. And that has to do with just the differences in the crustal structure of North America, East Coast versus West Coast. When an earthquake occurs, from a seismic standpoint, there's a stress drop on the fault, and seismologists can then calculate a recurrence interval for that amount of stress drop. And the recurrence interval for equivalent sized earthquake of 5.8 that we experienced in 2011 is somewhere in the order of about 400 to 1,500 years. Now, there's a caveat to that. That's again, it has to do just with the seismicity alone. Let me just really quickly point out here, the yellow dots on this map are earthquake epicenters that have been located instrumentally since 1981. The blue dots are earthquakes that have been recorded from historical records, and of course the red dot here in the middle is the 2011 event from in central southern Louisa County. That information about the stress drop is some information that is included in a book that's been recently published by the Geological Society of America, not the United States Geological Survey, but of the 23 chapters that are in that book. I think almost half are authored by USGS geologists, authored or co-authored. And the results, of course, in that book are available to anyone who could pick it up. And I've had this question asked me a lot. It is written for the scientific engineering community, but I think anybody in this room could pick that book up, read articles of interest to them, and derive some very good information from that. So just here, I want to go over just some of the information that's in that book. So what actually did occur on the 23rd of August 2011? Well, we had a rupture on a previously unknown fault in the Central Virginia seismic zone. 4.5 miles down, a section of fault broke about 2.5 miles long. Interestingly enough, as many earthquakes are, it wasn't one event, it was actually a series of 3 earthquakes over the course of a second and a half. And so there was an initial trigger and then 2 subsequent ruptures along that same fault, so that in the end result is that about 1.5 miles worth of fault broke during the event. I didn't mention earlier, I'll mention now, I'm actually a Louisa County resident. I live right here in Quail, right where that fault comes to the surface. And so we are still experiencing aftershocks. Y'all probably aren't feeling them up here. We tend to feel a whole lot more down in Louisa County than y'all. We're still having them, in fact. We had one just a couple of weeks ago. We had a larger one, a 2.2, but that was associated with 3 smaller quakes, one of which was actually up closer to the lake, and so heading up kind of towards y'all's way here in Spotsylvania County. I'm not going to go into the math behind this because I don't even completely understand it, but when you see a diagram like this, it's like every other. The red is bad, the blue is good. What happens when an earthquake happens, stress along that fault that ruptured is then redistributed throughout the crust, and it's redistributed to other faults and other structures in the region. And, you can see here that there was stress that was redistributed. But the important take-home from this is that although that stress was redistributed to nearby faults from the 2011 event, none of those faults were significantly loaded to the tipping point of future rupture, which is a very good thing from this study. And again, that's in that GSA volume. That is particularly important to the North Anna Power Station. And of course, we down in Louise County kind of tend to feel that the power station is theirs because it's on our side of the lake, but it really is important for everyone. Y'all included, Caroline, Hanover, everybody in the Central Virginia seismic zone know how that the power station performed. And yes, the original design specs for the power plant were modestly exceeded during the earthquake, but I do believe that we need to give those folks a very big round of applause, the engineers who put that plant up, because three very important pieces of information here. First, it was the first automatic safe shutdown of a U.S. nuclear power station because of an earthquake in U.S. history. That's pretty neat information, actually, that our event in Central Virginia produced this result. Absolutely no functional damage to the safety-related components or structures of the power plant, which is very good news. And this goes back to that last slide. There's no evidence to indicate that the faults initially uncovered in the foundation excavations, and I think y'all know what I'm talking about here, moved in response to the 2011 event, nor did they look like they had been loaded from the 2011 event. So again, very, very good news. So what are we doing here still then? If everything is peachy as it is, what are we still doing? Well, we're still producing these geologic maps, and we're producing these geologic maps for a very good reason. Prior to 2011, prior to the 2011 event down here in southern Louisa County, we had about 25% of the seismic zone mapped, detailed at 1 to 24,000 scale, 1 to 24,000 being 1 inch is equal to 2,000 feet, or 1/10 of an inch is equal to 200 feet. So pretty detailed work, right? Right after the earthquake, we produced geologic maps, the two quadrangles, right in the epicentral area in southern Louisa County. And we are now currently working on a multitude of other quadrangles here in the seismic zone for an end goal of about 4 years from now to have almost 50% of the seismic zone mapped. And even since the Lake Anna presentation, I can start pointing out this quadrangle, loose quadrangles, has been now fully mapped. I'm working on the Buckner quadrangle. These two quadrangles up here have been mapped, so a lot of these we can actually turn to yellow. The important point here, though, for us this afternoon is this quadrangle right here. This is the Lake Anna West quadrangle. The power plant sits, about right here on the lake. And it's just going to behoove the USGS to go ahead and knock this map out and have good detailed geologic mapping of the power plant. It would be a terrible waste for us to walk away after the 2011 event and not have good geologic mapping up there. And so the point of this is that it's going to encompass a portion of Spotsylvania County when we get up there and start working on the lake here. Well, why are we doing this? The mapping that we have done already, there's an empirical relationship between the length of faults and size magnitude earthquake that it can occur along it. And our mapping has demonstrated that there are faults of sufficient length here in the seismic zone. If they were to rupture or reactivate, they could produce magnitude earthquakes larger than a 5.8, larger than the one that we had a couple of years ago. And I'm just going to focus on this one bullet right here. Is there evidence for those larger quakes in the past? Again, since the Lake Anna presentation back in July, we have gone through and done even more work, particularly in paleoliquefaction studies. And so that's just let me tell you a little bit about paleoliquefaction here. Paleoliquefaction or liquefaction, think about this. You're standing on the beach, wave comes in, your pressure, you sink down, and if you'll watch around your feet, you have these little bubbles come up around it. Well, basically what's happening is pore pressure in the sand beneath your feet is increasing. It allows you to sink. That's liquefaction. Paleoliquefaction is evidence for past earthquakes, because the same thing can happen during a seismic event. The ground shakes, liquefiable sediments, then the pore pressure in that increases, and they produce basically those little bubbles around your feet if you're standing on the beach. It's what we call sand blows, and we actually found a couple of those after the 2011 event, but they were small. This summer, I was involved with a study that looked at several major rivers in the seismic zone, the Pamunkey, the Mattaponi, several of the rivers that come through the county, through Spotsylvania County here, as well as down along the James and Rivanna. In a nutshell, what we found were evidence for paleoliquefaction features from past seismic events. And if we put all that together, basically what we're finding now, and I'm going to be presenting this evidence in a meeting 2 weeks from now, these data indicate to us that within the last 5,000 years, there has been at least one earthquake of magnitude 6 to 6.5 that has occurred here in the Central Virginia seismic zone. In geology, the present is the key to the past, but it's also the key to trying to predict the future. So if we see evidence for large earthquakes in the past, then that gives us a very good indication that there is a good possibility that there's going to be larger earthquakes in the future. And so this is brand new, fresh data. Yes, we have found evidence for these larger quakes in the past. Again, why are we here? We want to provide y'all with highest quality geoscience data available to make these informed decisions. This is the 2008 USGS National Seismic Hazard Map. You see the Central Virginia Seismic Zone right here. It's the bullseye right in Central Virginia. 2014, this map was republished by us, and you see that our seismic risk, because of the 2011 event and because of what was published in that GSA volume, our seismic risk has increased ever so slightly. Our goal, while we're still here, is to, in 2020, when this map is, when we republish this map once again, update this map once again, is our seismic risk the same? Is it a little more? Or can we actually decrease it back to 2008 levels? And I can just toggle back and forth here just to show you how, just in the 6 years, and because of that 2011 event, our seismic risk increased. That's why we're here. We want to thank you for your support. Again, we will be on that quadrangle starting here probably next month, working on that quadrangle both on the Louisa side and in the Spotsylvania side to produce good geologic mapping for that quadrangle to include with the rest. So thank you much.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
What's the process of mapping that quadrangle? How do you do that?
Okay, very good question. So when we map a quadrangle, what we are doing is we're walking roads, we're walking in creeks, we're walking ridges, we're looking anywhere where we're going to find either rocks exposed at the surface or exposed in construction sites. With Lake Anna West, it's going to be pretty interesting because a lot of that quadrangle is the lake. And so what that's going to entail is me, and somebody has to do it, that's going to be entailing me sitting in a kayak, spending a lot of time in the winter until I guess parts of the lake freeze up. Yeah, exactly. That's why we're doing it in the winter, not in the summer, because I'd be run over by too many boats. And so there's going to be a time frame in there before lots of the lake gets frozen that we're going to be on kayaks, just paddling around the margins, looking at those rocks. When the lake then freezes up, we're going to be on the roads, we're going to be back in the creeks, again, looking for rocks. We're out there also with the superficial mapping, we tend to take augers, so, we'll be out in fields or whatever trying to characterize that superficial material as well, so.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you notify landowners? In other words, I'm sure when you're walking up a creek, I mean, through the state park, that's one thing, but,
Right.
but if it's private property, I assume there must be some notification process.
I tend to, how we handle this is we tend to do a lot of door knocking. So, I'll pull in with my truck in the morning, knock on the door, tell them who I am, what I'd like to do. And if we receive permission, then just jump on in the creek and start working.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Very interesting.
Next is the update on our public safety radio system.
May I have the floor computer, please? Thank you. Good afternoon. I wanted to come before you today to provide you an update. I believe that there's a PowerPoint being passed around. Most of this information you've actually seen a couple years ago when the project was first approved. It's basically a recap of where we started and where we are today. I'll try to go very quickly because I know that we're running way past time to allow you to ask any questions that I may not have covered in my presentation. The purpose of the project, of course, is to replace our existing end-of-life EDAX analog radio system with a digital P25 radio communication system. This is a recap of the timeline originally presented to the board. The original implementation date was November 2014, when we were supposed to have the project finished. We started it in May of 2013. The updated timeline as of today, one of our tower sites, Stubbs Bridge Road, which was supposed to have been a co-location site, we had to abandon that site due to our inability to negotiate with the tower owners for acceptable cost for the co-location. We have selected an alternative site at Fire Rescue 9, which is in progress. We're in the process of the NEPA SHPA studies that are due back by December of this year. We have also run into negotiation issues with Overview, which is our Crown Castle site. The issues with that runs into the inability of the tower owner to structurally enhance the tower sufficiently to accommodate our equipment. It is a heavily loaded tower, and as a result, we are now continuing negotiations, but we expect them to be abandoned and to move to an alternative selected site at Cedar Forest Elementary School. We have started the NEPA SHPA process in that, and that's also anticipated to be completed by the end of December. Right now, as it exists, our revised implementation date for go live is July of 2016. Overview of the pricing. This is what we originally presented to the board back about a year and a half ago, about $15 million, not including the maintenance for the system that was included in the contract. There have been 3 change orders to date. All those changes have been incorporated through changes within the existing cost for the project, which includes structural reinforcements for all 3 county towers. When we first started this project, the rating on how the towers are rated by our structural engineers, all 3 of our towers failed structural analysis. We had to reinforce each one of those. Those costs was included in the original through just some moving around of cost. We also encountered some additional unanticipated costs during the construction, mainly due to the soils that are required to meet certain requirements. We had to basically bring dirt in to make sure that it met the requirements for the towers. There is a budget increase requested in FY17 CIP for $750,000. That's to cover the cost of the build of the Fire Rescue 9 tower, the addition of a failover option, which gives us increased reliability for the system, and the additional costs related to the project extension for both Harris and AECOM, who is a radio consultant. There is a potential, and we have not determined this yet, that there might be an additional request of $500,000 to cover the build of the Cedar Forest Elementary School tower. That has not yet been determined. I don't have a full quote yet. We are still within our $2 million contingency plan for this project. The total anticipated project to date to include that $500,000, if we decide we need it, is going to be about $16.2 million. Overview, this is just a recap of what we promised when we first started the project. All new radios, basically for fire rescue and for the sheriff's office, all new consoles. And existing radios would be upgraded, refurbished, and reprogrammed for non-public safety use and for spare stock. Additionally, the radios for the sheriff would be encrypted. They would be multi-band, multi-frequency radios for interoperability, and fire rescue would receive waterproof and intrinsically safe radios and batteries. It included radio system coverage testing, over-the-air programming, and over-the-air rekeying. And as you can see, we've accomplished all of that with the exception of we've not quite completed the non-public safety radio upgrade. The backbone of the system, which is the brains of the system, was designed to be an 11-channel, 20-talk path, phase 2. The control point is at the 911 center over in the public safety building. It includes over-the-air programming, encrypted communications for the sheriff, over-the-air rekeying, which is related to the encryption, and it replaces the 911 consoles and also increases the number of consoles available in the 911 center. It also included 24/7 remote monitoring of the radio system. As you can see, we've completed all of that except for replacement of the 911 consoles. That won't happen until closer to go live. And of course, we won't start the 24/7 monitoring until we've gone live. Overview of the infrastructure as originally noted to the board. It was 10 tower sites. 3 were existing county locations, 5 were co-location sites, and there were 2 greenfield or new tower sites. There was also a microwave system and fiber connectivity to complete the system out. Current state today, as you can see, we've completed our 3 existing towers. We've completed 3 co-location sites. We still have 1 co-location site pending, and we've finished 1 greenfield site. There is another greenfield site in progress, and we may have the possibility of 2 greenfield sites in addition. The microwave system is installed at all completed sites, and the fiber connectivity has been completed. Interoperability is an ongoing effort. We continue to work with other jurisdictions, particularly as they move to new radio systems and new phases of their radio systems. So this will be an ongoing effort throughout the project and well past the system implementation. Again, I want to stress, and this is for the board as well as for any public or any public safety first responders that are listening to this, we will be testing. We will have a 95% guaranteed coverage rate for portable on-the-hip radios. This is a difference from what we did with the existing radio system, which was mobile coverage, which gives you a broader range of coverage. On-the-hip portable has less frequency coming out, so you're going to have a higher range. It's also at the data quality of 3.4, which is public safety grade audio communications. This project is a very huge project. There's a lot of moving parts. There's pages and pages and pages of project tasks. A lot of stuff has been accomplished. What you see before you right now is basically the critical path of this project, which are our tower sites. We can't move forward with the project until we complete the project, the tower sites. And as you can see, we have completed everything except for those 2 towers and 1 small easement issue out at Livingston. And then we're pending microwave installations at a couple sites waiting for those 2 new tower sites to come on board so they can be aligned. In summary, this will become the picture of what the radio system will look like. Everything that you see in red is fiber. This is called a spoke and wheel radio system. Everything that you see in blue are the microwave hops. The sites that are in yellow are partial hops. We do not have overview, which is in the top right part of that graph, so they have not completed those hops, but they have some preliminary figures for that. The 2 that you see in red cannot be completed from Post Oak to Belmont and from Livingston to Belmont because the Belmont site is also the site that we are working on trying to get the tower built. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. McCall.
So 1 July, everything's up and running?
We are working toward that date, yes, sir.
Other questions? No? All right. Thank you very much.
So that brings us, Mr. Chairman, to the presentation on the recommended FY 2017-2021 capital improvement plan.
Mary's handing out a copy of today's presentation as well as the packet of information that is the CIP, the recommended CIP. In the back of that document, you will find a project description spreadsheet for each project within the CIP. For the utilities projects, you will find a narrative of projects beginning on page 59 of that packet. So in terms of the presentation, this is a long presentation. I'll try to go through as quickly as I can. There are a lot of CIP projects. And in this portion of the presentation, I'll just kind of go through the list of the projects. And if you have specific questions, once I'm finished, the project managers are here and can address your questions. But so I'll go through a summary of the CIP expenses, specific projects that are not utilities, the funding plan and the impact on ratios of those non-utility projects, future costs that might be in the either general fund or transportation fund related to operating costs of these projects, then the utilities specific projects and the funding plan for utilities, followed by our first look at what may be this upcoming summer's financings, and then finally the next steps related to the CIP. The draft CIP summary is as shown on this slide. The CIP over 5 years totals $281.6 million. You can see there the largest expense, the largest total grouping of expenditures is the schools at $107.5 million. I do want to be as clear as I can be that the schools do not have a draft CIP at this point in time and will not have one until mid-November. So what I have done for purposes of this draft is include what the schools had in their CIP the last time that they adopted a CIP, and have just assumed for the final year of this 5-year plan the same thing as they had in year 4 of the plan. And again, that's all an assumption. I'm not sure what they will come forward with in November. But as soon as we have that information, certainly we'll provide it to you. The second largest expenditure here in this summary is the utilities at $80.9 million, followed by general government at $60.4, and transportation at $32.9 million. Of course, this whole CIP is a plan at this point. The only year that will become reality will be fiscal year 2017, and we're hoping that once you adopt this CIP in the latter part of November, that will give us a good starting point for our budget discussions in terms of debt service and other capital projects. So on the general government side, the total is $25.6 million. We have a grouping of projects that is simply maintaining assets that already exist, and that over the 5-year period totals $12.5 million. It is made up of the facility asset management program, which is our ongoing routine major maintenance kind of program, and that's $8.2 million. The $300,000 that's showing there for Marshall Center maintenance / renovation is in year 5 of this CIP. We have about $300,000 for design of major maintenance and renovation that needs to occur at that facility. The Marshall Center was constructed in 1939 and has had no major renovations since that point. There were 2 wings of the building that were attached in 1962. And again, no major renovations have been done to those wings. The building does have a new roof. It is in the process of getting new windows. And since the major maintenance work that needs to occur is complete redo of the HVAC system, the electrical system, and the plumbing, obviously that's going to require the ceilings and some of the walls to be removed during that during that major maintenance process. And so it seems to be prudent to, if there is renovation that's necessary at that building, in terms of reorganizing the floor plan, that work occurs while that ceiling's torn out and while some of those wall finishes are off. We have somewhat of a similar situation with the Holbert building. Over the 5 years, there is $3.9 million planned there. That's design and construction money, with design occurring in fiscal year 17, construction in fiscal year 18. And this building was constructed in 1978 and again has had no major renovations. The major maintenance that needs to be done at this building is complete reinstall of the HVAC system. It is completely past its life cycle. Parts are no longer available. And so that's why the work needs to be done here. And again, like at the Marshall Center, to do that major maintenance of the HVAC system, which is basically tear out and completely reinstall, the ceilings will be removed, the wall finishes will be removed. So again, it makes sense, if any reconfiguration of this building needs to occur, that occur while the ceiling's down, while the walls are being reconfigured. In terms of other general government projects, we have the animal shelter, $3.5 million. And numerous IS-related projects, information services, particularly on the public safety side, where there's $5.9 million slated over the 5-year period for all of these various information services projects. This is on top of the existing information services technology projects that are already ongoing, and there are numerous projects happening now. Several others here, replacement of computers and servers, that's an ongoing project. Year after year we replace those. There is a certain replacement cycle. And then various other systems, software, and equipment upgrades for non-public safety at $1.1 million. On the solid waste side, slide 7, there's $10.3 million planned over the course of the next 5 years, $6 million for construction of facilities, $4.3 million primarily for replacement equipment. And you can see there what the breakdowns are. These should be familiar projects to you. Many of them have been in here for a number of years. Parks and Recreation, $7 million is planned for expenditure over the next 5 years for capital projects. $6.6 million of that is for facility construction or major maintenance, the largest of which is a Nye River Park, $3.4 million, followed by Phase 2 of Hunting Run at $800,000. And then on the equipment side, the only equipment project for Parks and Rec is the second phase of Patriot Park field lighting for $500,000. $17.5 million is the planned capital expense for fire and rescue projects. $15.2 million of that is routine replacement fire trucks, ambulances, major apparatus, and $200,000 for continuation of the purchase of CPR delivery devices. The facility construction piece of fire and rescue, $2.3 million, is fairly equally divided between fire and rescue, the fire training center. The intent there is to build out classrooms at the fire training center, and then also design and site acquisition for Company 12 in the Massaponax Church Road Route 1 area. Transportation, $32.9 million over 5 years. The focus here has been projects that we really felt like could be done, could be accomplished over the next 5 years, those being Hickory Ridge Route 1 intersection. This $600,000 is the last piece of funding that we need to meet our obligation for the revenue sharing program, which we've already been awarded matching funds by the state. So this is our piece of that. Improvements at exit 118. This, like Hickory Ridge, the $7.1 million is the local funding necessary to match the revenue sharing money that we've already been awarded from the state. Improvements at exit 126 in this CIP are limited to the J ramp. That will be our focus at 126 in this recommended CIP, $13.5 million. And then implementation of whatever findings come out of the corridor studies that are shortly, if not already underway, going to be happening for the Route 1, Route 2, Route 17, and Route 208 corridors. And then there's a small amount each year for general engineering consulting fees, which are various small planning projects that happen. On the school side, again, the schools won't present their CIP until November 16th, and their CIP is then to be finalized on November 23rd, which is just one day ahead of when this board is scheduled to adopt the CIP. So that's going to be a very quick turnaround for staff and obviously for the board as well. So we'll do our best to get you that information as soon as we have it. What I've planned for in the draft, again, is just the same projects that the schools had in their last adopted CIP, and then have just made an assumption for year 5 of the CIP. The largest individual project that they have in their CIP from the last time it was adopted is renovation and expansion of Cortland High School at $21 million, and that is scheduled to occur in fiscal year 18. They also have their routine replacement projects, bus replacements, technology replacements and upgrades, and then their capital maintenance program, which is their equivalent of our facility asset management program. All of those expenses together combine to $202.7 million over the 5-year period. $153 million of that is planned for financing. $48.7 million there is transfers from other funds, the majority of which in each year is the transfer of cash from the general fund to the capital projects funds in line with the fiscal policy that requires us to transfer cash to the CIP. This is a graph breaking down basically just the previous table, and it's that 75% of the CIP, other than utilities, is debt funded, and 25% is cash funded. Of the $152.9 million in debt planned over the next 5 years, $106 million, or 69%, is for school projects. $31.8 million, or 21%, is for transportation projects. And again, we are steadily increasing our cash transfer to the capital projects fund by 0.25% each year. Fiscal year 16 is budgeted at $7.1 million transfer, or 3%, and our goal is 5%. The target debt ratios, now that you have approved the new policies, this slide should change slightly. It will be that net debt as a percentage of estimated market value should not exceed 3%. We've gotten rid of the range. Debt service as a percentage of governmental fund expenditures should not exceed 10%, and we're going to work towards meeting that 10% by fiscal year 2025 is the new language in the policies. Unchanged is the 10-year tax-supported debt and lease payout ratio should be at or above 60% at the end of the adopted CIP. That's one that we routinely are very good on. The ratio that we have the most trouble staying within the policy is the debt service to expenditure ratio. Again, based on the new policies that were just adopted tonight, this slide would change slightly. The yellow horizontal line would come down to 10% instead of the 12%. So you can see why we requested that we change the language slightly. In the original revisions to the policies that we sent you, we suggested that at the end of 2021, we would be at or below 10%. Then when we ran the numbers on this CIP, without cutting a significant amount from the draft CIP projects, we were not able to get to below that 10%. So that's why in tonight's presentation, we suggested that meeting that 10% ratio be a target for 2025 versus the 2021 as originally planned. But in this graph, I should have said this when I first put it on the screen, the existing debt service that's already in place is the blue portion of the bar, and then the red portion on top is the new debt service coming in as a result of this recommended CIP. The impact of the CIP, up to $500,000 is expected to be added to the general fund operating costs per year, and that's really more towards the end of the 5-year CIP than towards the beginning. And that's primarily for annual maintenance, licensing and maintenance agreements on IT equipment and software, utilities, and insurance costs. Total debt service is expected to increase from the current $36 million to $45 million in the last year of the 5-year plan, with savings on maturing debt being recovered to use towards debt service costs of new financing. And the impact of this CIP may impact the tax rate by up to 5 cents, and that results from the increased debt service and the increased operating costs. And that increase assumes that the debt service cannot be absorbed elsewhere within the budget. Turning our attention now to the utility side of capital projects. Over the 5 years, utilities projects total $80.9 million, with $5.6 million being general utilities projects, and you can see the list there at the top portion of the screen of what those projects are. And then water projects over the 5 years total almost $60 million. The largest individual project is the Nye River Water Treatment Plant improvements and expansion, and that is a project that's been planned for a number of years, followed by the connection of the Hunting Run and Nye River reservoirs as a future water source. Sewer projects total $15.4 million over the 5-year period. And you can see the projects here on the bottom of the page. The largest individual project under sewer projects is the Thornburg Wastewater Transmission Improvements Project, $3.8 million. In terms of how we're going to fund the utilities portion of the capital plan, the plan totals $80.9 million over the 5-year period. One thing I do need to point out on the revenue side, the yellow highlighted section under Other, we have not calculated at this point what Fredericksburg's share of these projects will be. Fredericksburg does share in a number of our projects. That calculation is yet to be done, so at some point in the near future, we will come back to you with a revision here that places in Fredericksburg's share, which will reduce the first line there, which is the financing piece of this plan. Before this evening, assuming no contribution from Fredericksburg, which is not reality, the bonds would total $67.6 million. Cash to the CIP for utilities is $13.3 million, and that is availability fees. We're collecting actually a little more than $3 million in recent years in availability fees. So this is how the funding for the utilities would take place. And this, again, is a graph of what I just showed you in the table. 84% is debt funded, 16% cash funded. And again, when I plug in the Fredericksburg share of these projects, this will look better on the other than debt side and better on the debt side as well. Aside from ongoing projects that we have, like equipment replacement and facility asset management, which are generally budgeted every year, there are several non-routine projects in the CIP that have funding in fiscal year 17 as well as in following years. And these include the projects shown on the next couple slides. If this CIP is approved to include these projects as fiscal year 17 projects, I wanted you to be aware that there's additional funding in the out years, that once you start down that road in fiscal year 17, there are going to be subsequent capital budgets that need to be approved for these individual projects. And those projects are listed here. It's the major maintenance and renovation of the Holbrook building. That's because the design is in fiscal year 17, with construction followed in an out year. Same thing for Fire Training Center, design in the first year, construction in the following year. Improvements at 118 and 126. Thornton Rolling Route 17 intersection projects, which that actually is a mistake. That project should not even be on here. The utility lab office expansion, telemetry and SCADA for utilities, Mott Solid dewatering system, the Nye River water treatment plant improvements, the connection of Hunting Run and Nye River reservoirs, and the Rappahannock Pump Station Improvements Project. Similarly, please be aware that there are projects in the CIP continuing from either the current fiscal year or a prior fiscal year, needing that last piece of funding in fiscal year 17. And those projects are the animal shelter, the CAD system, which is actually the final piece is necessary in fiscal year 18, the Treasurer's Legacy system, the radio system, you heard Jane talk about the need for additional funding there, the financial system upgrade, the mandated Livingston landfill development project, Livingston landfill green waste composting, single string compactor conversion, that will be the final piece of that project. The Hickory Ridge Route 1 intersection, improvements at exit 118, and the majority of the utilities projects are carrying forward from, or continuing from a previously funded year. So what all of this means for our financing this coming summer, if you were to approve the projects as presented. The general obligation bonds would total $18.1 million and would include the projects that are shown here. The largest piece is for schools projects, followed by transportation. And then lease revenue for the radio system and tone paging system, and $12.1 million for the water and sewer revenue. Again, when I plug in Fredericksburg's share, that $12.1 million should decrease. Next steps on the CIP, we have a public hearing and a work session to come on October 27th. Another work session follows that on November 10th. On November 16th, I expect to receive the school board's, the school board receives the superintendent's recommended CIP that day, and the very next day, I will forward to you the school's recommended CIP. The school board then approves their CIP on November 23rd, and final adoption of the county's fiscal year 17 through 2021 CIP is scheduled for November 25th. So that concludes what I have for the presentation, but I'm sure you're going to have questions, and the project managers are here and can help you with those if they are project specific.
Thank you. Mr. Cibula.
Yeah, just two quick questions. Back on slide 9, on the equipment, fire and rescue equipment, the replacement of the fire trucks, et cetera, does that include the ones that we early purchased?
It does. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Because we accepted the contract for that, but the funding for it is in fiscal year 17. Yes.
Understand, okay.
Yes.
And the second question is on slide 25 on the animal shelter, $3.5 million. I may have missed something or overlooked something, but I thought we were at 1.2. Did that escalate and I just didn't catch it, or?
No, sir, not to my knowledge. This is the number that was in the referendum for this project, and we've kept it at that number.
Okay, well then maybe I just misinterpreted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Skinner.
Mr. Chair. Questions back on 9. We had $1 million in there for site company number 12.
Yes, sir.
And then we had also design, but we've got 2 new fire stations going up right now. I think it's 10, 11. Why do we need anything for design? And number 2 is, where is 12 supposed to go? Do we know that yet?
The general location, somebody from Fire and Rescue may be able to give you additional information,
Okay.
but the general location is to be Massaponax Church Road and Route 1 in that general area.
Okay.
Mr. Skinner, we don't have a specific site picked out yet. It would be based upon call volume as that area continues to grow and expand. But that general area is a hole that we've identified in the primary development district. So
Do we have a time frame that you're looking to put up 12? Because
it was, I think, was it
2021.
2020, 2021?
2021 is the site acquisition and design funding, so the construction would likely occur either the year or the year after that.
are you thinking that we may need a larger fire station than we got with 11, let's say?
No, I would anticipate it would be approximately the same size. Some of the reason for including that cost in there is basically we basically reevaluate the design if there are any potential changes to meet needs 5 years from now, to kind of go down that road.
Okay.
The other part also, as far as site acquisition, is there is some discussion of proffers, so that money may or may not be needed at that point, but we just don't know this far out.
Thank you. The other thing is, this has to do with slide 25. Appreciate it. And the Livingston landfill, the green waste composting, aren't we actually selling some of that? Aren't we bagging it out there and selling it? So how much revenue do we get from that per year?
Mr. Skinner, the green waste composting is actually a project to take the leaves and grass clippings, which cannot be composted with the biosolids.
Okay.
So this would be a separate composting operation, separate from the biosolids composting. We did a pilot last year, and there was a high demand for the product. So we're looking to do it on a larger scale, and we're looking at a 3 to 5 year payback on the capital investment.
Well, let me ask you this. On the other composting that we're doing, how are we doing with that then, as far as the ones we're selling now?
The revenues on the composting year before last, or last fiscal year, I believe, were somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000.
Thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, a couple, on the animal shelter, I know that there was a proffer for $1 million. How do we incorporate those proffers into the actual project?
Proffers are incorporated into the CIP once we actually have the cash in hand. If I can look in the system and I can see that we have that proffer, I will factor that into the revenue side of the CIP. If it's a out-year plan, at some point in the future, we're gonna have, the developer's gonna get an occupancy permit and they're gonna pay us a portion of the overall proffer at that point in time. Again, I don't factor it in until we actually have it in hand.
So we'll be probably pay in advance on the animal shelter and recoup the money later?
Yes, if it's written if the proffer is written such that $1 million is specific to the animal shelter, yes, we can definitely reimburse ourselves whenever that proffer actually comes to fruition.
And one other one, on the fire rescue, I know we've been asked a couple times, I know the fire chief there's an emissions recovery systems for all the fire stations. Is that in the CIP?
That is in our existing fiscal year 16 budget.
For all 11 stations?
I believe it's for company 5 and 11, but I'll let Mr. Cullinan talk about that.
The amount that's in there is, I think it's only $100,000. Is basically enough for 2 to 3 stations. So that's something that we would continue to try to phase in over time.
Right, because I'm understanding it's like $600,000 to do all the stations. It would make sense to do them all at one time for economy of scale. And so I would say if we can do that, to do them all at one time, if there's something as far as the CIP to look at that, as far as the overall fire station. Thanks.
Mr. Cibola?
Chief, don't sit down. Very easy question. We have just accomplished 2 new stations, design of which You know, when I was up in Northern Virginia, I hate to say that being down here now, but they designed a high school. And then they built another high school with the exact same design, saved a tremendous amount of money doing that. Is there any way that we could do fire stations in the same manner? I would think, I know we have some unique requirements based on locality, but it would seem that the equipment and the parameters of the building and so forth could be, is there a way of saving money in that manner?
The two stations that are currently being built right now are being based off of a pre-existing template. So we are trying to look for some savings in that area. If any of you have built a house, you know, after you've built it, you say, well, I really wish we would have done something different over here. Or we could have done something over here that could have saved money and been more efficient or worked better. And I think that's something that we have to constantly go through whenever we're building any type of structure. So from, you know, where we are right now, as soon as we open these two new stations, which do have some changes from our other template that we were using, we'll be able to identify, are there opportunities for improvement? We should be constantly reevaluating that. As well as, you know, 5 years from now, is there new technology? Are there new opportunities to take advantage of at that point? So I think that's where that funding is basically identified as.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other question? Mr. Ross?
I have a couple questions for Ed, I think. So on our slide 24, the Nye River Water Treatment Plant improvements, the $4 million and then the 16.7, are those the same that is on slide 17? I'm sorry. Oh, no, slide 18, connecting Hunting Run and Nye River. So that it adds up to 20.8 million on slide 18, and slide 24, it's 4 million and then 16.7. Is that the same project?
No, sir. They are connected, however. The decision to rehabilitate the Nye River Water Treatment Plant was basically hinging on some permitting for future water source. And we've had several meetings with DEQ that have had favorable outcomes to be able to connect the Hunting Run and the Nye River so that the Hunting Run Nye River project actually has a raw water interconnect that'll connect Hunting Run to the Nye River so that the Hunting Run reservoir becomes a pivotal reservoir that can augment flow in the Rappahannock as it currently does for the Motts, as well as in the future we'll be able to augment flow to the Nye. So the Nye plant is going to be basically a new, in effect, it's going to be a new water treatment plant at the Nye with a higher rated capacity than the existing plant. So the two projects are separate projects, although connected because of the raw water source.
So our plan is to spend about $40 million. Now, I'm going to ask a stupid question. How much is a whole new water treatment plant?
Well, you're getting more than a whole new water treatment plant here. The two options were to expand the Motts. And the figures for expanding the Motts several years ago were in the neighborhood of a little over $40 million. So we looked at this project as an alternative to expanding the Motts, keeping in mind that our future development is slated to be down the Route 1 corridor towards Jackson Gateway, where the Nye ultimately flows. And looking at future raw water sources, the existing quarries that are in that area will serve as excellent future water supplies, which happen to be side streams from the Nye. So what we're setting up for the future is two separate independent water supplies for the county. One would be the Rappahannock, augmented by Hunting Run. The separate supply would be the Nye, which would also be augmented by Hunting Run, and then downriver of the current Nye Reservoir would be the side stream reservoirs that are currently the quarry, which would be ultimately 40 or 50 years from now, another treatment plant on that end of the county.
Thank you.
That's what we're setting up.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. This brings us to discussion of the draft proffer guidelines brought back at the board's request. And here's Ms. Parrish.
Good afternoon. I pulled together a very brief presentation just to refresh everyone's memory of the draft proffer guidelines. They've been reviewed with the board 2 times earlier this year. The proffer guidelines encompass primarily residential development, and they are intended to offset, these are contributions intended to offset impacts on county public facilities, capital facilities. There are a number of categories that we look at, including schools, transportation, solid waste, public safety, and general government, which includes the courts, parks and recreation, and the libraries. The proffer guidelines were last updated in whole in May of 2010. The level of service portions of it were updated with adoption of the 2013 comprehensive plan. So that adjusted the dollar figures downward by a few $100s as a result of those changes. The changes that we are bringing to you include format and word guidance. We've gone through, scaled back the guidelines overall in terms of how much guidance is out there and honed it down to really relevant points. The proffer guidelines do continue to allow for a credit for by right development. So if a parcel could be developed with 20 lots by right, we would not look to the developer to offset those costs. It is the applicant's responsibility to justify deviation from the policy. This is, of course, a guide and a policy related to our expectations associated with proffers associated with capital facilities. Of course, proffers are voluntary offerings by the developer. Anything that is a required improvement, most typically we see road improvements that are required for that specific development. They're not eligible for credit. This carries forward from the existing guidelines. And we do look to provide an annual review and update of the proffer calculations. There are a number of variables that are updated each year, including the population, and the budget figures. So those would be updated each year. Cash proffers, there are 2 major components related to offerings by developers to offset impacts on capital facilities. One is cash proffers. Those are typically paid either as a lump sum for a particular use or as a by unit payment at occupancy associated with each of the units within the development. We do currently have and continue to carry forward in these draft guidelines a recommendation that the developer commit to adjusting annually on January 1st with the Consumer Price Index so that the value of the money stays constant as time passes. In-kind proffers. In general, credit for in-kind improvements will not exceed the calculated cost of a facility, but the applicant could justify why their road improvement, perhaps, the value of that is of such great importance to the community as a whole that it should be valued at a higher degree than what the calculation is for transportation within our guidelines. What is new within these draft guidelines is a credit allowed for community amenities that lessen the demand on county facilities. For example, a homeowners association with a community pool. Value under the proposal could be given up to the calculated amount for a pool under the Parks and Recreation calculation for that facility, and the thought thereby is that any private facilities provided lessen the demand on county facilities. We do seek evidence supporting the value of any in-kind contribution. One of the ones that's most difficult to deal with is when there is land dedicated, and we do seek an appraisal, but then everyone begins to look at that appraisal and try to determine whether it's a valid appraisal. The dedication of land, we seek proof that it can support the proposed use. This is a table just showing the major differences in the methodology between the adopted proffer guidelines and the proposed. The adopted proffer guidelines look at building costs that are actual county building construction costs. So the last high school that we built, what we would have done was bring it up to current dollars using the construction price index. Under the proposed methodology, the thought was that we should be looking towards industry standards for costs. And if the community as a whole wanted more expensive, well-furnished buildings, that it would be a community cost as a whole for the taxpayers to bear. So the building costs are based on these industry standard costs, which primarily means RS means, which is a cost estimating software, and then for schools, the average Virginia school construction costs. Under the adopted proffer guidelines, those are based on the adopted levels of service within our comprehensive plan. Under the proposed, they're based on the lower of either the adopted or the existing levels of service. Under the adopted proffer guidelines, transportation is based on the comprehensive plan thoroughfare plan. And what we did was we looked through all of the projects and determined which ones were needed to accommodate growth, where we were simply maintaining an existing level of service as the demands on that roadway grew. The proposed methodology looks back to the capital improvements plan. So it's based on the local share, what the county pays towards our capital improvements plan, transportation projects, but we did include the cost of all of Exit 126, and then further filtered that to exclude trips attributed to commercial uses. So what it really does is hone down to the transportation impacts attributed to residential growth. And then finally, under the adopted, there is no debt service credit. And then under the proposed, there is a debt service credit given based on the average new home assessment value, looking at 3 years worth of assessment data, the most previous 3 years. So the draft proffer guidelines at this point are shown here on this slide with $17,834 for a single family detached, for an attached $18,362, and for a multifamily $6,502. And that also shows the debt service credit. And then just to compare our adopted with our proposed dollar values associated with the bottom line of the capital facility costs for each type of development or each type of unit. And then this is a county comparison which shows that under the proposed proffer guidelines, we'd be roughly in line with Caroline, Albemarle, Chesterfield, and their current guidelines. And then I bring before you again, the Planning Commission did ask the board to reconsider the policy allowing future excess projected tax revenues as a credit against capital costs. They feel that this new approach to the capital costs is much more in line with expectations. It's lower than our current dollar value, and that it would be inappropriate to also allow for a credit based on expected excess fiscal revenues. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or take any direction from the board in terms of any updates desired.
All right, thank you. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Trampy, I'm sorry.
It's okay. you mentioned on that last slide the Planning Commission's recommendation that we stop using the projected tax revenues. Also included in their recommendation was the debt service credit. I guess I'm not clear on those concepts and exactly what the difference is.
Well, the debt service credit looks at taxes that will be paid by those future residents based on an average assessed housing value and taxes that are available to be used for debt service payments. The fiscal analysis that we do is also based on an assumed future housing value, but it also incorporates non-residential revenues that come in as part of a development. So oftentimes you have a residential development that has commercial committed, but not until 5 years into the development, and only a portion of the potential commercial is committed to. So you could end up with front-loading a lot of residential before you start to see some of those commercial benefits, and sometimes it's not the residential that pays for itself, it's that commercial that's going to result in the tax benefits. So I think that the big difference is when these houses are built, they will pay taxes based on their assessed value, and they will have a component that can be assumed as a debt service credit. But when you're looking at the fiscal analysis, there are too many unknown variables in terms of timing and phasing, and ultimately what will actually happen with the non-residential portions of that project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah. So one of the, are all the differences between the single-family attached, and multifamily just based on the number of occupants, or what generates the lower value for a multifamily?
For a
Say, transportation, for instance, you've got goes from a single family at $4,500 to $3,600 for an attached to $2,200 for a multifamily.
Right. Yes, and in large part, you are looking at the residents in each of those types of dwellings when you have those differences there.
So I guess the question, and this really goes back to the assumptions we make when we set this up. You know, single-family home, generally there's 2 drivers or 2 vehicles. Single-family attached, at least my experience, I think there's 2 drivers. And then multifamily, there's a lot of times there's 2 drivers as well. Just because there's, it's a 5 members of the family, most of them aren't driving. So I guess like on that particular, the assumption we made, is that, what's it based on?
The housing generation rate is based on census data, and what we have for a single-family detached home is 3.04 persons. An attached home we have 2.14, and multifamily we have 1.49. So those are the drivers there that result in the differences.
You see, that would be something I think that we should challenge. We're using a standard metric, but saying that there's 3.4 drivers in every single-family home compared to a townhome or a multifamily, because I think, if you look at new multifamily home apartments, there's a lot of, generally there's 2 drivers in every apartment, not 1.5, and I just think, particularly in a rural community, in a city it may be different, but we're semi-rural out here, so you have to have a vehicle to get around. So I think that maybe we should relook at our assumptions we made on how we came up with the numbers. What's the real difference between multifamily, single-family, attached, or townhomes? And, some of our attached homes, there's more than 2 people living in it. There may be 6 people. So I think that would be something I think we should relook at, how the assumptions on the number of people.
Specifically for transportation?
Well, yeah, I think mostly transportation, because that's one of the biggest issues, but schools potentially as well. I mean, for multifamily, it's $5,000, but detached, $16,000. So you're assuming there's 3 times as many kids in a single-family detached for schools purposes. And then on transportation, a lot of the proffers I've seen is that they want an in-kind contribution for building a road through the subdivision. How do we determine that that's a benefit? So right now, if we're going to build a parkway, well, is that already on the county's books? And do we give full credit for that parkway, or do we say, well, we're not really, that wasn't on our plan, you shouldn't get credit for that road?
Well, I'll use Jackson Village as an example.
Right.
They had a spine road that was required for their development, but it was going to be a 2-lane spine road. Once the bridge component was added to the project over I-95, that spine road then needed to increase to a 4-lane road. So it was the difference between the 2-lane and the 4-lane.
That they added, but did
That
we?
was the community benefit.
Right, did the county need that bridge and that 4-lane road? Was that part of our comprehensive plan or long-range planning?
It actually, it is a part of our comprehensive plan in that it is and it isn't in a way. Our current comprehensive plan has the one exit, 126, where there would have been an actual exit at that location rather than the revamping of 126 that we're going through right now. And as part of that, there was a road from Route 1 connecting up to Route 17 with a bridge. So that part, yes, but there was also a interchange right in the middle of it.
So I guess, I mean, I should be more generic on it.
Yeah.
Are we giving them credit because, wow, that'll be, they needed a 2-lane to support their development, but 4-lane would be better for the county? I guess that's one of my concerns, the questions when we get in-kind proffers for transportation. Are we getting in-kind because it offsets their proffer number, but the county may not necessarily need that 4-lane road in that location? Maybe we'd like it somewhere else. And that's one of my concerns. How do we determine that that's, I guess if those road infrastructure is not in our long-range plan, why do we give credit for a proffer? I guess that's my question. But you don't have to answer it today, but that would be a good.
And I think that is an excellent policy question overall whenever we have in-kind proffers, because those are definitely the most difficult to evaluate and determine how much value should be given. But you're right. In that case, we could point to the comprehensive plan and say, yes, there was a connector road up to 17.
Right.
They would, while their development required the spine road, they are doing a beefed up road that accommodates this, so we can give them credit for half of the road.
Right.
So that's generally the approach that we take. But if the road is not in the comprehensive plan, we need to rely on the transportation analysis to see, is there truly a benefit to the county of this new road network that's being proposed? Even though we don't have it in our comprehensive plan, but is it something that we didn't envision, that a developer came to us with, and that we see a benefit to, and we can.
And the last question, which really kind of goes back to, here's the proffer guidelines from the county, whether it's the proposed ones or the old proffer guidelines. That's one method of helping support infrastructure for new growth. But there's impact fees, and there's SSDs that help. But I haven't really seen an analysis that really laid the 3 different sources of funding for infrastructure, kind of laid side by side, and an analysis done. What's the best cost-benefit analysis for the county that says, you know what, maybe we shouldn't even use proffers. Maybe we should put SSDs on the whole new development, or maybe it's impact fee that's a certain level that the proceeds go to infrastructure of whatever, road infrastructure. But that would be a good comparison of the 3 different things, and maybe it's a combination of all 3, or maybe it's one or the other. But that would be a good analysis that we could really look at. What is the best for the county and the citizens? Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
Could you go back to slide 4? And then I'm not sure if you can pull up your draft revision of 52215 as well. But when we talk about, one of the things that was adopted was building costs on the proposed based on industry standards. All right, and then I'm focusing on the top of page 10 of the draft proffer guidelines, 52215. I'm just looking at some of these costs that we're including in here specifically on the high school. So is the industry average 158 per pupil for a high school student as far as square foot?
Yes, that did come from the Virginia Department of Education Annual Cost Data Report for new construction. And we did exclude, I believe it was Arlington, because that was a much more expensive school.
I just had the Virginia Public School Facilities Guidelines. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I was told it was 118 square feet
Annual cost data report.
there. I'm just looking at the costs as you go across. So it looks like the building cost alone is $58 million, but a total cost of $68 million for a new high school, which is $34,000 a student?
Yes.
It seems a bit high. Was Riverbend High School, and I'm very proud of Riverbend High School, one of the most expensive high schools ever built in Virginia? Do you track the costs of other high schools built in Virginia when you're comparing it to industry standards? I've been told it was the highest cost, and I was told actually back when they were built, we've got the top 3 highest purchased schools in the state of Virginia.
I'm going to look back and see if Bonnie is still here. Do you remember offhand the Riverbend cost?
Yep, yeah, that's what I've got. Yep. So I think it was $48,281,000 for Riverbend, which I'm proud of it, but I think this is what we're going back to the industry standards on the slide that you had, slide 4, but I'm not seeing it in what we're showing here in our actually draft proposal, because it seems like this is back to the highest cost standards, that bonus school, which I'm all about, but our proffer guidelines seem very expensive. We're at $34,000 a student to build a high school. So can you verify that it's 158 versus 116 square foot per student?
Sure, I can do that. We can go back and verify. We have all that data. Bonnie was very much involved in this
Gotcha.
section
I mean, you don't
of
have
the
to do it
guidelines.
now, but I was.
I think the difference is, one's the guideline, maybe the 118 you're talking about.
Yes.
You said it's public facilities guidelines.
Correct.
And that's minimum. That's minimum guidelines, kind of like the standards of quality are minimum requirements. And then the 158 per square foot, or square feet per pupil, was what the actual average was for high schools.
In Virginia?
Yes, in Virginia. We
Okay.
only looked at Virginia.
Could you also look at just the average costs and like say different municipalities? Because I mean, I want to build the best high schools in Virginia, but that would be going back to slide 4. It seems like the industry standard vice, the golden school.
Sure. Over what period of time would you like to look at that? Because
Maybe the
obviously
past
there's
3
not a-
years,
Past 3 years, okay.
past 5, whatever Riverbend was, back to when Riverbend was built.
I think that was 2004, so we'll have to go back quite a few years.
I have another question on the transportation. You said you included all of the 126 interchange costs?
Let's see. Yes, I believe that was the intent, yes.
I saw it in your
But-
slide, but I don't see it here.
Yeah, when we updated this, once the current CIP was adopted earlier this year, it used to have in there components of Exit 126 that were not part of the CIP, but now I believe they are wrapped into that first line here.
The 272 million. So will the state or federal government be paying for part of that
Yes.
in reality? Shouldn't we take that out of there?
Well, we do, because the estimated local share of the cost is 25% here. So what we're doing is we're taking the total and then reducing it to the local share.
Okay.
And then here, we're taking out the commercial component, the commercial share, and bringing it down to the local residential share.
Okay, could you scroll back up just a little bit? So I just want to make sure that this is a reasonable figure. If we all think over the next 20 years that we're going to get $1,112 million in transportation funding, Spotsylvania County. That's basically what that's saying, correct?
$20-year total project investment is this number right here at the 1 billion. And then the local share is the 277 million portion.
So can we, over the past 20 years, can we figure out what we've gotten in transportation funding, if it's even close to $1 billion? And I know that, you know, as time goes on, money decreases in value. I'm just kind of seeing how accurate that number is. If we really think we're going to get 1 billion, 112 million to our area. Just Spotsylvania County.
Any other questions? Mr. Skinner?
Wanda, do you have a comparison of what the old the current proffers, not the old ones, the current proffers? Here you've got, without including the debt service credit, single-family detached is 26,805. Do you have what the single-family detached was under the current, what the total is?
Yes, that is this line here. The adopted is 32.7.
Okay, the other thing is, I believe under the single-family detached, that should be 18,834.
Actually, it's 17. It's a bit of an anomaly.
Okay.
And you can see it here. The single-family detached, as you'd expect, the total value or the total calculation is 25, which is greater than the attached calculation. But single-family detached homes are assessed at higher values than attached homes, so their debt service credit is significantly more, bringing the bottom line figure to less than the attached.
Why do we have on this one, on the draft was 26,805, the one that I looked at? I'm looking at that, but on the, this is your draft, this is draft county's profit guides. And it shows 26,805 here. And now you've got 25?
Yeah, it looks like I have a typo there on my single-family detached. You're exactly right. I'd need to go back and double-check that one.
Okay, that's fine. I just think, the other thing is when y'all do that study as far as high schools and everything, compare high schools, we'll compare them to 2,000 student high schools, because Riverbend was built for 2,000 high school students, I believe. Is that, I'm almost positive it was. So when you do those comparisons, and I think Mr. Ross is asking a good question, let's make sure we compare apples with apples there, please, and oranges, oranges. Okay. So could you go back to that comparison one more time, please, of the adopted and the proposed? So that right there, the proposed, is including the debt service credit.
That's correct.
Okay. So if we did not do the debt service credit and we left that out of these proposed, then a single-family dwelling would be 26,805. Is that correct? Okay. May I ask a question to the chairman or to this board is, when do we want to adopt these? What is our goal here? Because this has been going on and on and on and on, and I think it's going to be the best thing for the board to adopt these proffers one way or the other, because then we can say, okay, here they are, let's do it. Before, the reason that we had to bring down, because there was no room for construction with the proffers that were currently in line right now. I mean, it was hard for anybody to make money out of the deal. It's simple. So we got the developers together, we got citizens together, we got the planning department together, and they sat down and said, what's fair to everybody, and we came up with this. My recommendation is, if this, the only question I have would be the debt service credit right now, whether we want to extend that to them or not. But I think this is something we have to do, because this will, it said, will relieve us from having to say, we'll accept 60% or 70% of profits. It's either, here they are, if you want to build, 100% of the profits. And I think we need to get this moving, and we need to get it moving soon because we've got quite a few applications coming in too.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
does this have to go to a public hearing as well before they're adopted?
No, it is a
Okay.
board policy.
Mr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For either Wanda or the county attorney, can we amend these at any time we want?
They are simply guidelines, so there is no strict adherence required, but they are the guideline and the measure that staff uses in evaluating and making recommendations on the projects.
What I would suggest is passing these tonight, and then when the answers come in to Mr. Ross and Mr. McLaughlin's question, if we need to amend them, we can do that later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Well, the real
Project.
question is on the policy on the debt service credit. And having read the finance memo, I know that one of the concerns that we had was that we were double taxing people. And I think that was very clearly pointed out in the memo that we're not really doing that. They're sort of paying up front for their specifically driven share, but that the rest of the school, everybody has to pay for anyway, or whatever that project is. So I would be willing to consider not using the debt service credit.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. McLaughlin?
so I guess the question, how long would it take to get some of the answers to the questions before we just rush into it? I don't know that we have anything pending in the next, that we don't have time to take a look at these. That's my question. How long would it take to get the answers before we pass something and then come back and amend it 2 weeks later? Maybe we should just wait for the data. So I guess if you have an idea how long it might take, is it 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah, this all looks to me like we could pull it together in a couple of weeks.
So I would recommend we wait, at least till we have the data, take another look at it. Again, some of the significant things we talk about is this was one option as a proffer. The other one was, again, we talked impact fees in the past, and I know there's a lot of issues associated with that, but there was also service districts and things like that that give us more ability to do different things, but
If we can do it in 2 weeks, but if you look, we got briefed on these, I think, in March and then in May. And I know that this has been an area that people have complained that it's been dragging out so long, and there is uncertainty. And even though we don't have anything necessarily coming directly in front of us, I know there are probably projects underway, and they would certainly like to know what they would be expected to do. And we need to have a proposed standard to which we hold people, and right now it's kind of, well, these meet the possible new standards, or they meet the current old standards, and it's, I just would like to see this finished because it has dragged on way too long as far as I'm concerned. So I'm perfectly willing to pass them tonight and then revise them if we need to, but I certainly would not want to see them, if we once again kick the can down the road, I would not like to see it go beyond the next meeting.
The one item that would be probably the most difficult to pull together would be the cost-benefit analysis between the special service districts, impact fees, and proffers. We could probably do more of a pros and cons analysis.
Well, but to me, to do impact fees at this point, I think we need, do we need legislative approval to do impact fees?
Beyond transportation.
Beyond transportation. So, while I know it's something that we have discussed, that because of the limitations on it, I think that's just something that would be nice to know and maybe to look at in the future, but certainly not something that I think we should delay this whole thing over.
Thank you. Mr. Skinner?
Yeah, Bonnie, let me ask you a question, please. Do you have any, what is your take on the debt service as far as towards the county?
The conversation at the proffer committee repeatedly was based upon the concern that there was double counting of debt service, and that's why there were people advocating for a debt service credit. From my point of view, there is no double counting on debt service. A development pays their proffers. We then use that proffer money to offset future capital costs. As I answered, I think it was Mr. McLaughlin's question earlier, we use that to offset the cost. And then the balance that remains is something that every taxpayer of this county is contributing to. So there is no double counting. The proffer is paid up front, it's taken off the cost, and then what's left is the community cost of the capital needs. So I don't see a need for the debt service credit.
Okay, thank you. That's good, Bonnie. I got a couple of questions. You know, when you look at when you look at schools and you look at transportation, these statistics actually come, the schools come from the schools statistics come from our local school board. Is that correct? Or does that come from a state? As far as how many children per school, per household?
Oh, per household, that is local. That is the school's bus database merged with the county's real estate database, so that we can see what students at what age level are in which type of unit.
And that's fairly accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other transportation one we were talking about, as he said, why is the difference between, 45 and 2,200, comes from a state statistics?
Well, the persons per household is census data driven. That's the persons per
So that's
household.
the census we've taken before, and they derived the transportation issue from that.
The U.S. Census versus the school census that they used to do, yes.
So where are you going to go to find something different?
Well, I think what we would look at is vehicle trips by the Institute of Traffic Engineers, what vehicle trips are associated with different residential types, and perhaps go from that angle, was what my initial thought was.
Okay, just wanted to know. Thank you.
Mr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the Planning Commission's meetings, you mentioned earlier that their recommendation that we don't use projected tax revenues was because of the way these guidelines were structured. By that, are you specifically referring to the debt service credit? Would the Planning Commission have advocated removing the projected tax revenues portion if they knew we were going to remove the debt service credit?
I don't believe that the Planning Commission discussed that, but my impression is that it was the whole bundle, including the debt service credit that they saw as the new revamped proffer guidelines that justified eliminating the tax revenue approach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to pause this discussion for now. I wonder if you wanted to take a break for a few. We have public presentations that are here at 6:15. Then at 6:30, we have a public hearing, so I will pause the public presentations at that point to have the public hearing at 6:30, and then continue on with the public presentations, and then we'll continue the proffer guideline discussion after the public presentations. So Amy, has anybody signed up to speak on an issue that's not on the agenda this evening?
Yes, sir. There are several citizens signed up to speak. The first is Jennifer Brown, followed by Roy Salinas.
Please come forward, state your name, address, and you will have 3 minutes.
I believe I have 5 minutes. I'm the chairman of the Civic Association for the 4 subdivisions.
Correct.
My name is Jennifer Brown. I live at 11723 Ennisbrook Circle, and I'm the chairman of the Waverly Village Civic Association, comprising of approximately 850 homes in the Waverly Village, Maple Woods, Maple Grove, and Governor's Green subdivisions. As chairman of the association, I'm here on behalf of our group, and some of them are also going to speak. We're here to address the Board of Supervisors to request confirmation of your support of the Planning Commission's unanimous vote just 6 months ago to deny the current Avalon Woods plat seeking connection of 98 new homes through Sawgrass Lane. We're not have any issue with the plat itself other than the connection to Sawgrass. So we want to make sure it's very clear we have no issue with that development itself. The Planning Commission took time to listen to our concerns as well as those from EMS officials in our area about the safety impacts of this plat to our community. The Planning Commission also took the time to visit our neighborhood and to see the impacts firsthand. They drove through, they took their time to talk with folks, and we really appreciated that. Once they gathered all of the information, they were able to render their very thoughtful decision after many months to deny the plat, which was obviously not something that's very typical with the by right. We all had hoped there would be some compromise on the side of the developer to try and avoid litigation. I personally have reached out to him several times. Mr. Lemming and we've spoke, but unfortunately there has been no budging to my knowledge. We understand that we haven't addressed you all yet, right? We've talked with the Planning Commission, this has come up with them. This is not something that we have talked with you guys at all. So what we're here to do is say we would like to make sure that we have your support as well to this very serious safety concern that we have, since we have not had a chance to address you all yet. And if there ever to be any movement on this, since we have all spent many months, right, dealing with this and working with this and devoted a lot of our time, all of our neighbors, 850 homes, with all the families in those homes, we've all had a little bit of a piece in working with this. So we would like at least the consideration that if this were ever to be brought to the Board of Supervisors for any sort of action, that we at least be offered public comment time or at least some discussion about it before any decisions have been made. The safety of our children is the most paramount issue that we have. Sawgrass Lane connects and it goes up a hill and around a corner, and that's where the bus stop is, one of the main bus stops in our neighborhood. There are no curbs. Our home were built under, by this same developer, right, Janney. It was his construction company that built our homes. This subdivision has no curbs, no gutters, no sidewalks. So the children have to stand in the street because there is no way. All of our cars in the neighborhood have to park in the street on both sides because there are no other places to park. So we have, legitimate concerns. It's not that we don't want neighbors in our backyard. We're very open to neighbors. We also feel it's the EMS time. We agree with the chief, the fire chief, Monty and them, where they have said that the EMS response time, by the time they come from the fire station, go down Salem Church Road, turn right onto Route 3, go all the way down the Route 3, turn right onto Task Force, go all the way down Maple Grove, turn left down Hazel Court, and right on Sawgrass, it's a very long time, and the response time is not ideal, and they have raised concerns about that response time, whereas the trip to Harrison is faster. Obviously, they're just going straight out, and they would go up to Harrison, which is what we have recommended that we do is build the road to Harrison instead. We submitted a petition with hundreds of names that went on the record during the Planning Commission meeting, and we would like that to be considered as well. And we also want to just offer that we, as taxpaying citizens, we pay for legal representation for our concerns and our needs. And so we would like to appreciate the fact that those funds be used to represent us whenever that is necessary. And in these grave safety concerns for our children, we believe that that's necessary. One thing that I did want to add that may not necessarily have a direct impact to this decision is a little bit about Hazelwild itself. We have a lot of families in our neighborhood that have used Hazelwild's daycares and the horse services, all the services they do, the riding services. It's a valuable service. The issue that the financial issue that they have, their two main paid directors are paid over $50,000 a year. Even when they're in the red, they're still being paid over $50,000 each. One of their directors is paid over $17,000. Obviously, you can do the math. That is a considerable amount of money. So, and Doug Janney, the developer's wife, is on that board as well. So we believe there's a personal conflict of interest there that should at least be part of the record. I know many of us would be happy to be on their board for free. So that's all we have to say. We appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Roy Salinas, followed by Pete Show.
Please come forward, state your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Roy Salinas. I live at 11710 Sawgrass Lane. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I hope you all are doing well this evening. As for myself, I'm tired and I'm stressed out with this situation with the Avalon development. And there's not much more that I can say that Jennifer didn't say very well. We are here, again, residents from Waverly Village, Governor's Green, Maple Grove, and Maple Woods, concerned about the development and the fact that our communities are going to be destroyed. And when I say destroyed, that sounds dramatic, but I'm saying it's going to be destroyed in the sense that our safety and our way of life is going to change due to having approximately 2,000 more vehicular trips going through Sawgrass Lane, through a road that's already too narrow. And it's just going to dramatically change things for us. And again, as Jennifer said, we would like your support in supporting the decision that the Planning Committee made, not to have Sawgrass Lane used or opened as a throughway. Thank you.
Pete Show, followed by Aaron Showers.
Good evening. It's good to be here tonight. I've been here before. My name is Pete Shores. I live at 4001 Norris Drive. Norris Drive receives a lot of traffic, both ways, even though it's one way out. But thanks to somebody, we have opened up the back door, in my personal opinion. I'm here because I read that there's about 2,000 more vehicles going to be hitting the roadways. I can figure another 1,000 of those coming through Maple Grove subdivision, coming down Blake to the Rick Court to Norris. At Blake and Rick, there's a stop sign. That stop sign is run, I went out tonight, 6 people ran that stop sign. I've stood in my yard and watched people run the stop sign. This gentleman mentioned about the change of life. I've got a 6-year-old granddaughter, can't ride her bike in the street. Why? Because there's people coming both ways on Norris Drive. Sure, she could go to a courtyard, but can I watch her? I have to go with her. We don't have a life on Norris Drive, and you want to put 2,000 more vehicles in there? I'm sorry, I hope that you will respect the safety of the citizens of this community. Now, I understand there's a way they can have a couple extra on another road. Put it there. And if you really want to help Norris Drive and my side, open up in Governor's Green where they can connect to Salem Church Road. They voted not to do it, but they don't mind driving through my area. But anyway, I'll leave it at that and let my son figure out.
Aaron Shores, followed by Mary Walsh.
Hello, my name is Aaron Shores. I live at 4001 Norris Drive. Just to finish up what my father says, I get my daughter on and off the school bus. It's a great opportunity I have afforded to me right now that I'm going to college after getting out of the Army. But I've never had to combat roll like I've had to, outside of combat like I do on 4000 Norris Drive. I can count 6 to 10 cars now that you've changed, Mr. Ross, the exit up there. And you made it so that it's just a yield in a one-way. 6 to 7 more cars go through there than what did before. Before it was 2 to 3 in the morning when I was walking my daughter. That's a 600% upgrade of illegal traffic through our neighborhood. Now, I've almost been hit. I've had near misses while I've been walking my daughter across the street to get into my home because of people running the stop sign, coming from Governor's Green or coming from other areas with the commuter traffic that hits there. I'm sorry, but to me, that's a personal attack. My life is on danger. My daughter's life is on danger. I feel like I live in an apartment complex where I've got to go to a park to let my daughter ride her bike. So I've got to drive outside of my neighborhood, far away, just so she can be safe because nobody respects those stop signs. That is wrong. I live in a neighborhood where when I grew up in that neighborhood, I could ride my skateboard, ride my bike, ride everywhere. And Governor's Green was there before. So to me, I look at this as there's a couple options. One, this new neighborhood has to be connected out to the other roads. And two, Governor's Green has connections to Salem Road. If they're concerned about EMT and emergency response, open that up. They can't come in the back door to Norris Drive anyways because they got to respect the laws of the traffic. So there's no reason to have that open up. Completely shut down Norris Drive to get out as an exit. And that's pretty much it. So in 2 minutes, there's your answers.
Mary Walsh, followed by Maribel Murphy.
Actually, after Mary Walsh, we will pause for the public hearing and then continue on the other side.
Good evening. My name is Mary Walsh. Hi, Chris. This is Mary Jo. She's 5. This is Brendan, and he's 9. They are my props for tonight because if this Avalon subdivision goes in, these are the uniforms they're going to be wearing whenever they walk on Maple Grove Drive, which is my street. We live at 607 Maple Grove Drive, and I'm here tonight because I feel that my children's safety and the safety of my neighbors' children will be adversely affected by the new Avalon subdivision if they route their traffic down Maple Grove Drive and through Sawgrass. The safety of our children and the emergency response times are the primary reasons that I am here. The issue of traffic safety was extensively dealt with by the Planning Commission at previous meetings. The narrow, shoulderless roads of the subdivision are currently hazardous to pedestrians of all ages, people walking pets, and bicyclists. My son was rear-ended pulling out of our own driveway last year by a teenager driving down the road. I don't know how fast he was going, but it was not 25 miles an hour. I have been passed multiple times driving down my street, which has a double yellow lane. So if you pull out, you have to pull out of your own driveway. If you are not on the gas immediately, people will just go around you on a double yellow line. It is probably time for the residents of Maple Grove to petition VDOT to get speed bumps on our street. The county zone emergency response people told the Planning Commission that another new subdivision without access was not safe and would increase response time. Increasing response time places our families at risk. If it was your child who was hit by a car or your heart attack, would response time matter to you? Of course it would. The Planning Commission voted down the new Avalon subdivision. There was no road plan in their plat to handle the increased traffic and subsequent problems that it would produce. Hazelwild, in my opinion, is a bad neighbor, exposing the community to their own problems. In order to solve their dismal financial situation, they are selling property and unloading their garbage on the rest of our community. Every nonprofit is required to file an annual 990 tax form to the IRS, and these forms are available for you to read online. The last year that Hazelwild filed that I could find was this one, 2013. Page 40, Mary Janney is a member of the Board of Directors. County website, a company called AFTD LLC. They're the ones proposing Avalon. This fella lives at 108 Carroll Circle. This gal lives at 108 Carroll Circle. I don't know if that sounds like conflict of interest to you, but to me, it screams conflict of interest, and I don't think it's coincidence. I suspect they want to do this project the cheapest way possible, and that means building their own road to the detriment of not building their own road to the detriment of everyone else who lives in the neighborhood. If they wish to develop their property, they need their own access road through the farm to Harrison. Do not connect Maple Grove and Governor's Green to this area. It is wrong to jeopardize the safety of our neighborhood for their own financial gain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. So,
Yes.
I don't think there's a requirement to start the public hearings right on time. Is that right, Mr. Bencalla? They can be after as long as they're after that time?
as long as they don't start before that time.
So I know it appears to me there's many residents from the Maple Grove area that came out to do public presentation time. I would ask that we not keep them here for our public hearings and that they could continue to go on.
That, I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Continue on.
The final citizen signed up to speak is Marbella Murphy.
For the opportunity to speak before you this evening. All of my neighborhood have articulated quite well the concerns that we have. You have the opportunity tonight to permanently remedy all of the adverse consequences upon our neighborhood if this Avalon development is approved. You have the power to change for the better or for the worse of the populations under Maple Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
No one else.
Anybody else here wish to speak on this? Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes also. I see no, yes, ma'am.
My name is Loretta Fleming. I live in Innisbrook Circle, which will be affected by this opening of Sawgrass. My concern, like all the others, I would like to address the gentleman that lives on Norris Drive. If the commuters are going through his neighborhood, it's not mainly Governor's Green. Commuters are going through that neighborhood too, so they can get to Salem Church Road, Harrison Road, much better way than what we tried to do to get here tonight. It was a disaster. We were backed up in every direction that we could possibly have come. I went all the way down to Harrison Crossing, went up to Harrison Road through that way to come here. I just wanted to tell you all that I really appreciate every ounce of respect that you can give us for this project, and hope that you decide to not allow it. Not coming through Sawgrass. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here wish to speak? Please come forward. And if you're thinking about it, please come forward also.
My name is Nikki Williams. I live at 11701 Sawgrass Lane. I live on the lot that's right next to the first stop sign where this new intersection may take place. All I need to say real quick is, Mr. Ross, I'm supporting you, and I want you to represent me, please. Not a developer, but someone that lives in your community. And that's all I ask. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Gary Roll. I live at 5707 Glen Eagles Drive. Got two things that I want you to consider. One is the number of elderly people that live in our development that have medical care issues that have to get out to their doctors daily, and you're adding 2,000 more cars minimum through those developments. Two, I have a disabled daughter that lives in my household, and I hate to think of all the additional traffic that's going to be coming through there from who knows where, what demographic, and what these people are going to have to endure with that development. So I thank you for your time and ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
Hello, my name is Kim Foster, and I live at 11715 Sawgrass Lane. And again, just to kind of echo the general consensus of the group tonight, I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. So when they want to play outside, when they want to play with the neighbors, the only place they have to do so is kind of directly in the street. And for my fellow neighbors on Sawgrass, everyone knows, kind of right in between my house directly across the street to my neighbor's house, kind of a mismatch of 3 or 4 houses down. That's the majority of the younger kids in our neighborhood, and that's where they play. Our bus stop is right at the end of our street where this proposed connection would meet. So again, we're not against the development, we're not against that. We just ask that consideration be given for it to the entrance or the thoroughfare be put onto Harrison Road, excuse me, because that's better suited for it. So we're not having to deal with that additional traffic. Right now, I can sit on my front porch and know that my kids are okay riding their bike right out front, because my neighbors know. We all kind of have eyes on each other's kids. We know that this is where they're going to be, and we don't really have to worry about cars speeding up and down our road, because it's just kind of understood, since we don't have sidewalks in places like that for the kids to ride their bikes, play out in the street. We're considerate of each other's children. I can't say that the additional traffic that would be generated by allowing the entrance to come off my road, that the same consideration would be given. So I just ask that you guys really think about that. If it does come back to where there is no wiggle room on looking into Harrison Road as being the option to go with. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please both come forward.
Brian Schultz, 11810 Sawgrass Lane. While I don't want to jump on the Bash Janney bandwagon, I want the board to consider this. The majority of us who bought into the Governor's Green subdivision did so by this same developer's salespeople who told us that one of the benefits of living in that subdivision was that there would never be a cut-through with more vehicles coming through. This would be it. There was no cut-through out to Harrison Road, and that we were going to be in a subdivision that there wasn't going to be any more development in. And my wife and I, much like most of the other neighbors that we have, decided to buy property in that subdivision based on this information that was given to us by this developer for Avalon Woods salespeople. So I would respectfully wish that you would consider not approving that cut through Sawgrass. Thank you.
Laurel Smith, 5414 Hazel Court. I'm one of the original homeowners that bought into Governor's Green many years ago. We went from waking up in the morning with cows in our front yard to watching some pretty heavy traffic go through the neighborhoods. Just getting here this evening was a challenge. One knows that they changed the time patterns on the lights on Route 3, and I think we're averaging about 3 cars that you can let out on Route 3 now. So that backs traffic up like you would not believe in a neighborhood. So far as endangering lives, there are kids. There's no sidewalks. Only place they can walk is in the street. When you've got teenagers and people are not paying attention, we're just waiting for an accident to happen. And I would not want that on anybody's conscience. So please, do the right thing and govern, not for a corporation, not for a business, but for the citizens. We ask you that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Linda Bai. I live at 5932 Glen Eagles Drive. I don't live directly on the path, But I can tell you this, that I see what's happened to Maple Grove. People come in there, they're taking cut-throughs, they're come the wrong way. I've met, just in the last month, 8 that I've had to stop for, even after the barrier was put up. I also believe that once this road gets built out to that development in Avalon, you see, been here for many years, and the mall had a plan to put a road through to Harrison, through our neighborhood, so they could get business faster. It was all under this guise of, oh, what's good for the community? Well, it was good for them. And I, like many of us, fear that once that connector is in to Avalon, suddenly funds will be found to connect it to Harrison, and then it'll be a free-for-all in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
My name is Kenneth Nansen. I'm just an old redneck, but I live at 5920 Glen Eagles Drive. I dare you to come out to Sawgrass Lane and Innisbrook Circle, because you'll note that if they put a double line down the middle of the street, it would be two-way traffic for motorcycles, not for cars. The street is barely 18 feet wide. Now, you put a car through that and another car coming the other direction, one of them has to pull over and stop. This is not that kind of a through street. I want to say one bad thing about the developers. They brought in their big equipment to build in the back half of Governor's Green. They destroyed the roads. It only took 18 years for you to fix the roads. 18 years. The man who lives exactly at where Sawgrass Lane and Governor's Green is, had a swimming pool out in his front yard right in front of his driveway. For how many years? I don't know. 15? Absolutely wrong. We didn't get a good shake the last time. We don't want the same handshake.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing nobody rise, we will move on to the public hearing.
Good evening. This is the public hearing associated with budgeting of the 2015 bond sale proceeds. It's the amount of the budget adjustment that necessitates this public hearing. We do not, as part of the original budget process, budget for bond proceeds, with the exception of the school's capital projects. So that's why this is necessary at this time. On August 6th, the county closed on $45.5 million in general obligation bonds to fund the Judicial Center and former Sheriff's Office building renovation projects, replacement of the CAD system, replacement fire equipment, numerous transportation projects, and school technology, bus replacements, and capital maintenance projects. Additionally, the 2015 GO bonds refinance the 2018 through 2027 maturities of the originally issued 2007 GO bonds issued for school capital projects. This refinancing results in $2 million in schools' debt service savings over the 12-year remaining life of the originally issued bonds. The life of the bonds was not extended to achieve this savings. An all-in interest rate of 2.5% was obtained on this issue. That was the general obligation bonds. We also issued $55.3 million in water and sewer revenue bonds for the purpose of refinancing the outstanding 2005 water and sewer bonds and the 2007 water and sewer bonds. This refinancing of the water and sewer bonds will save ratepayers $8.3 million over the 22-year remaining term of the originally issued bonds. Again, the life of the bonds was not extended to achieve this savings. An all-in interest rate of 2.98% was obtained on the issue. The budget adjustment that I'm requesting you approve tonight allocates the bond proceeds among the projects. It allocates it among the payoff of refunded bonds and to the payment of the costs associated with the issuance of the bonds. It also adjusts the budgeted debt service to be in line with that expected to be incurred in fiscal year 16, now that the bond sales have been finalized and the final debt service amounts are known. So I ask that you have this public hearing this evening according to State Code Section 15.2-2507, and that you then approve the fiscal year 16 budget adjustments outlined below and in the related appropriations.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing no questions, declare the public hearing open. Is anybody signed up for this public hearing?
No, sir.
Is there anybody out there who wishes to speak to this issue that is before the board? Seeing nobody come to the lectern, I will declare the public hearing closed. Is there discussion from the board and a motion?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve, please.
Motion to approve. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Please revote.
Seven yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the proffer discussion that we were having. Welcome back, Wanda.
Thank you.
You thought you got out, but no. The discussion that we were having was on the new proffer guidelines. Is there any further discussion? A couple things that I did want to say about this is I know that there's been talk of bringing this back in a little while and then voting at that point. I don't see the necessity of that. We can always amend if we need to in the future. One of the things we need to remember is that proffers try to capture the capital cost of rezonings and nothing else. By rights are exempt from this, and they are also voluntary. So these are simply guidelines. But these are the numbers that the county has worked on to come up with not a fair assessment, but the right assessment of what the numbers are. For each rezoned unit, they went through and they looked at the best data that they had available and came up with the estimated costs simply for the capital of a rezoning. One thing that is not factored in and always needs to be considered is the operational cost of any housing unit that comes online. Rezonings, obviously, the board has control over to approve or deny, and the operational cost is part of the calculation, on my part at least. One of the other things that's been brought up is, can we do an SSD? Can we do impact fees? And right now, we have the legislative authority, correct, Mr. Benkala, to do impact fees on transportation?
Yes, but it would be a process, but
Correct.
it's the authority's there, yes, sir.
Is it an either or? Can it be a combination of that and proffers?
The impact fees would just be for transportation improvements, I believe, so.
Right, so that part of the proffer would be eliminated unless the...
And I think there would be, I think there's a
There is
credit
a
if there's impact fees, there's a credit.
Right.
Against proffers.
Right, okay, and again, proffers are voluntary.
They are.
And then the other type of funding mechanism that's been discussed is an SSD, which, according to my understanding, can only be implemented on infrastructure contained or connected to that rezoning or that area where the SSD is placed upon. So, for example, you cannot place an SSD on Massaponax to build roads out in Chancellor.
Right.
Right. So an SSD would have to be for something directly benefiting. So even, for example, taking a rezoning down Route 1, we could not put an SSD simply on that area to fix, let's say, the interchange 3 miles north.
No, sir.
Okay, so there are limits to what we can do with the other funding sources. Not to say that we can't use them, but just to say that it might have to be a combination, or and that proffers are essential to getting the money needed to address the capital improvements that are necessary. Is there any other discussion? If not, I'd like to make a motion. Yes, sir, Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, one more. So the problem, I guess, is, and we talked a little bit earlier, they're voluntary. And I guess what does the board do if somebody comes in with lower proffers than the potentially new proposed proffer?
Can I answer that? I think what happens is that they're voluntary, but then if it impacts this level of service, and they are required to fix that level of service up to an acceptable level by the county. And at certain times, and we had this over at the VRE station and application there, after a certain point, he has to do another traffic analysis to see if the level of service is impacted, and at that time, he has to correct that problem. So they are voluntary. We've had one already do it in the rezoning out there by Mr. Lester out at the VRE area. So, and I think I'm correct when I say that. If we can only hold them to correct the level of service that they're impacting, to bring it to an acceptable level, correct?
That's correct. They are impacting those levels of service. The expectation is that they bring them back up to the existing level of service at a minimum, and that can be done through a number of ways.
And in that case, the traffic analysis showed they didn't until they reached a certain point in the build-out.
Sure. Any other discussion? Yes, ma'am.
With or without the tax credit?
Without the tax credit
Okay.
would be my motion.
I'd like to make a, if not, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to without the tax credit. Or the debt service credit, whatever that's called.
Right, so my motion would be to not include that. So,
Approve it
without the debt service credit, correct. So the numbers would be the 26, the higher number, yes.
I went through the math and, oh, excuse me, wrong slide. I went through the math, and this is the correct figure shown on the slide.
Floor computer, please.
Yes, floor computer. So what you see on the slide here in front of you is the correct information. This number, I had a different number in the actual guidelines that were included in the packet.
Okay, yes. Yes, that's also part of the draft proffer guidelines that were attached. Okay. So my motion would be to approve those numbers without the debt service credit. Any discussion? Seeing none?
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
sir.
I don't remember. Do you have a slide that compares without the debt service credit to the current numbers?
I do not, but these are the
Okay.
adopted numbers here.
Right.
So it'd be 25.8, excuse me, I'm going the wrong way, to 32.7, 23.6 to 23.6, and 9.677 to 11.230.
I'm sorry, I apologize. The first number is 26,805 of the new
25,805.
Yes.
25,805, okay.
In the actual draft guidelines that were included in your packet, I must not have updated the number in the chart when I redid the population figures earlier this year.
Okay.
So the number that you see on the screen is the correct number.
We needed to carry the one. Right. All right. So the motion that I have made is to approve the updated proffer guidelines without the debt service credit to reflect the numbers that Wanda has presented to
Mr.
us.
Chair, one more thing. Can you show the county comparisons? So we're still, we're still pretty well. Right. We're under most of them. Yeah. Okay.
Close to orange.
As a reminder that the proffer committee has come up with this is not to be fair, this is to be accurate. So they were trying to dig down and get at the actual cost of capital. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Five yes, with Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Ross voting no.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
If I could, I just wanted to justify my vote. I just think we need more information, and I hope we do amend this again once we get that additional information in.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will move along. Closed session. Mr. Bincala.
Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, and consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically discussion concerning ATFD LLC et al. Versus the Board of Supervisors of Spotsylvania County. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn in a closed meeting for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically acquisition of a property in Lee Hill District and acquisition of two properties and/or disposition of a property in Livingston District. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community, specifically a manufacturing distribution facility, a technology company, and a historical tourism attraction. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711, 3, 5, and 7, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforesaid.
So moved.
Motion, any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Seven yes.
To return to open meeting, whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion to convene in a closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in a closed meeting.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. Ross.
Aye.
Mr. Trampy.
Aye.
Mr. Subula.
Aye.
Ms. Heidig.
Aye.
Mr. Skinner.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We can move back up to reports from the county administrator. Anything?
Yes, just one item briefly. The regional elected officials dinner is coming up not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow, Wednesday, the 21st at 6:30 p.m. will be held in King George.
include dinner and discussion of regional legislative priorities. And I need a final number for attendees by tomorrow to pass along to Tim Ware at the George Washington Regional Commission.
I have not told you, but yes, I will be there.
I will not.
Okay.
And
Anything else?
Mr. Trampy, you had said yes, correct? All right. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. County Attorney? You have a report? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Skinner? Ms. Heidig?
Nothing to report.
Mr. Bullock?
Nothing to report.
Mr. Trampy?
No report.
Ross?
No report.
Mr. McLaughlin? You
Nothing
guys
to
are going to
report.
do this to me? All right. I have one thing real quick. Yes, I do. We talked last time with the Budget Review Committee. I passed out a resolution that I had staff draw up, basically just asking them to go back to basics and start with the budget review and get it back to us. I know that they've done a lot of work getting into MOUs, and we've kind of handed that off to our staff, and we're running with it. And they had signified, at least the chairman did last time, that they'd be happy to take direction from us. So to ask them to get back, look at the budget, scrub it, give us ideas, and then bring it back to us in a timely manner. Make that in a form of a motion. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Yes, sir.
The way I read the last paragraph, it's talking about reviewing the FY16 budget in preparation for recommendations to 17.
Correct.
This resolution doesn't restrict them from looking at the 17 effort as it comes up, does it?
No, not at all. What the thought process behind that was, let's not wait, because there is such a short time once we get the new budget for them to go through that. If they used 16 as a baseline, then when 17 comes out, they would be better prepared and give us timely advice at that point. Seeing no discussion, motion is to approve the resolution.
Seven yes.
And that is all that I have. Any other motions? Like to adjourn? So moved. See you back in October 27th.